me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Lay me down, leave me lost and found.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another quality qualifier for IEM Rio this time, and of course, the Europe region. We've got tons of a good chunk of a 1.5 tier EU to talk about today, and we're going to be kicking it off with Cloud9 versus Heroic. My name is Travis, alongside me is the lovely Scriv, and I can't wait to get into this one, mate.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think we've got some great games coming up. We're going to be on all the days as well, so get to track the teams and hopefully get a bit of a choice of where the games end up, and can sort of create those storylines. So yeah, very much looking forward to it. I think there are some fabulous teams in, and IEM Rio always feels like one of those sort of IEMs alongside maybe where Chengdu is at, where Dallas is at, maybe a little bit higher than those other two, just because of the Brazilian scene and the history that's there. Everyone wants to sort of win in Rio, but it always feels like a tournament that has the path available to get the victory. You know what I mean? You can maybe snatch it away. You can maybe catch one of those top tier teams a bit more burnt out, particularly with where this one falls, right? Close to the RMRs and that major cycle. So you may well be able to get away with a decent placing, especially we've got teams like Falcons, New Look OG, New Look Cloud9, and Heroic that have decent potential here, Trav.
Yeah, and we can have a look at that bracket right now, kind of give you a rundown about what this tournament is going to look like. We've got two spots, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, available for the event, if I read that correctly. But what I can tell you is the teams involved, of course, in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Falcons, OG, Fnatic, 3D Max, Eternal Fire, Bait, and Cloud9 Heroic. And we're going to be focusing on Cloud9 versus Heroic to start off, and then we'll be following that with the winner of that versus the winner of Eternal Fire versus Bait in that upper bracket semi-final to follow. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's a lot of interesting factors here in this qualifier. You've got Fnatic and 3D Max, who are, I would say, a very similar level, just squeaking through to the RMI itself, not having to deal with the closed qualifiers, right? You've got Eternal Fire, who are maybe a little bit off form at the moment, against Bait, who are pretty much trying and often succeeding in qualifying for nearly everything. And yeah, of course, Falcons at the top, who have shown some really good form over the last day or two, against OG, who are maybe looking a bit more revitalized with Mausen XT's Crizzen, of course. So yeah, very interesting to see. But of course, Cloud9 versus Heroic is where we're going to be focusing on, and that also has a lot of storylines to go along with it too.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is a really cool game to sort of check in with, right? We have this new look Cloud9 still sort of working their way in. There's obviously some absolutely fantastic parts to this team. They managed to get themselves into the RMR pretty cleanly, but then Showdown doesn't go very well. Bet Boom Dacha, they've not made it there either. So some really, really tough sort of times for them post player break, and the first four groups as well really going poorly. So they get knocked down into the Showdown and then don't perform there. So Cloud9 for me, not really as solid as we would want. But in terms of the pieces, in terms of the names here, we're all really excited about Icy, right? Tier 2 player out from Amcal, the AWPer, and something that Cloud9 needed after a little while. And yeah, he's a really hot prospect. Heavy God on the other side of things in OG for a time. Great guy, great player, really good mentality for it. Can he perform at that higher level? We're as yet to see. And then you've got Axile in this team, man. And you've got to continue for years and years. This guy was probably one of the best riflers in the game, that online era, that sort of Gambit era. Really, really great looking player. And unfortunately, something happened somewhere. Maybe the Shiro energy that we know about, that you see in games, maybe that got to him a bit. Something has happened since the Cloud9 pickup where he's just not quite been that world-ending rifler that he once was.
Yeah, and you'd be absolutely right in saying that. However, in this new iteration of Cloud9, there are some really good signs for Axile. I think obviously Electronic was moved on. Axile is now in slightly more favourable roles that he enjoys a lot more, and I think that's significantly helping his individual level. And I think that's one of the biggest factors that show Cloud9 at a sort of a workable level, even though the roster is so new. The pieces I trust in, for sure, are going to be Boomich as the leader, and and Icy and Axile. And Heavy God has not really shown any signs of letting up, actually. I think he's been really, really solid. And I'm quite delighted for him, really, because I think he deserved this opportunity. Of course, first time I think he's speaking his native tongue in a roster of Russian, like it was speaking English for such a long time. He used to speak that language in, I think, Iron Branch was that team he was in, and Webster's or something back in the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool to see him back on this roster. And yeah, I think what's cool about Cloud9, as I say, their level is workable. I mean, they squeaked by 9 Pandas to make the RMR. I think they won it in 2 13-11s after losing their Anubis pick 13-1. I had a chance to watch that game, and they are relying on that firepower from Heavy God, from Axile, a little bit. And obviously the main question marks people will talk about with this team is probably going to be Inters, but he doesn't need to be that guy who's the top fragger. He doesn't need to be the main man on the team. Just be a reliable factor. And I think he's been solid when he needs to be, but has been guilty of being a bit too defensive on occasion.
Yeah, it's tough for him, I think, right? Getting back into this higher level, you know, is really something new. And he's not done it for a while. You know, wasn't really playing the highest level competition, moved down to TSM, but they had some really tumultuous times, you know, some really, really difficult times, unfortunately. So, yeah, I don't know. Moving back into Cloud9, moving back up to, you know, that sort of tier 1 competition is obviously what they're trying for. It's a bit of maybe playing down slightly for this team at the moment, but obviously they're after the big games, and it does feel like maybe Inters is the one that you can point towards in some of these bigger games on LAN against, you know, the scarier squads and whatnot, where they are, or where he rather is really struggling. So definitely one to keep his eyes on, but yeah, it's tough. It is very, very tough here. I'll scoot over the veto quickly. We are straight into the game. We've obviously got Dust 2 here. Ancient picked up by Heroic, and then Mirage remaining. Lots of chatter about Heroic, maybe in between games, as, of course, the action has gotten kicked off here, Trav.
Yeah, let's get into it. Should be a fun qualifier, and we got a great game to kick us off, of course. Dust 2, one of the maps that Cloud9 that I've been watching them on lately, have been looking quite good on, and I've been quite impressed. A nice little setup for Heroic on the pistol, though, and of course, we've been talking so much about Cloud9. Maybe we'll have to talk about Heroic a bit more in an eco round, because we've kind of bypassed them slightly. Game getting underway, thankfully, in good time between these two, and Axile looking to try and answer back, as already Cloud9 are in a 3 versus 4.
Just a slow creep here downstairs. Oh, I like the idea of them going down, giving a bit of presence away. They will bolster up that B bomb site now and get themselves prepared over here. Just trying to starve that information away on the Cloud9 side of things. The P250 is the main one to watch. Maybe in the hands of Exile, it could do some damage with that armor, but Heavy God seems confident in it. This is an interesting kind of angle from Tessus. Not sure that it's one that would work in a rifle round, but maybe in the pistol. Yeah, they go straight into his crosshair. He's just not quite on it, unfortunately. Exile takes him down. Knows all about that Molotov forces shoe shout. Beautiful little move here in the 3 versus 2 directly, right? They don't lose anyone there. Bomb plant comes in, and now a retake for Heroic.
Yeah, switch around very quickly. Dexter needs this immediate headshot, and he had his opportunity, to be fair, even though he probably should have been killed a lot quicker there, Dexter. Now it's down to Kixan, the leader of Heroic. Man, that's come into question a little bit lately for, of course, Heroic's recent form. Now he can spot it out. They're just going to go for a triple swing. And Heavy God and Axile, the 2 men I spoke about on that rifling core of Cloud9, will kick it off with the pistols.
Yeah, really good to see them activated, right? I think having a good start to a game does affect you as a player. I think we're all familiar with that across our levels of competition, wherever they may be. So we'll see here if those 2 boys can indeed use the energy positively. It's going to be the force buyout from Heroic. Now, our good friend, Neokai, he's not here at the moment, but he has been keeping track. And as far as I'm aware, the force buys are generally not doing too well. But what the hell has happened here? We've got so many MP9s in play. Really quite interesting in terms of where the buy from Heroic has ended up. So this might be something that they have worked on, and indeed, it could be effective.
Yeah, it's something that we have seen come through quite a lot. Just going for those MP9s, you know how powerful they can be. And the Scout on Dust 2, the map for it, without a doubt. Cloud9 have control toward the bottom of mid here, though, next to the mid doors, of course. Nurse is going to be able to hear all of this while playing off of his teammate's contact. But I do like the setup, like you say, with Tesses and Kixan together like this. Tesses playing anti. Nurse closed doors. Shouldn't think he's getting himself 1 kill, but actually it's none. It has to be trades from Heroic. There will be for now, though, and in comes the scout of Dexter. They get flanked by that MP9 push from short as well. That leaves it all down to Inter. E8 got that bomb, and Dexter's going to dome him as well. Immediate rebuttal from Heroic.
Really solid stuff, and there you go. The Force Buy does indeed find success. I think that's maybe where you have to come at it, though, as we touched on at the start of the round. An idea needs to be behind the Force. You know, you see a lot of teams, they're like, yeah, we force in, yeah, cool, I'll just grab a deagle, swing mid, try and bang someone, and then it doesn't work out for them. 5v4 immediately, but Heroics seem to have a setup, seem to have a support system, even in the Force Buy. I do like the idea on the Force, maybe try and go for more firepower rather than utility. And it works really well for them. It works really, really well. And now we'll see Cloud9, of course, go in for the Force, but this is not really their choice. They have to do this.
Yeah, the meta dictating the Force Buy Wars, right? And that's count number 1 on missed utility so far today. That incendiary bouncing off the top of the mid doors there. The jump throws have been a big source of conversation, and in multiple games I've had a chance to watch and cast, there have been a hell of a lot of missed flashes, jump throws, people throwing Molotovs into the ground purely because they're reverting to their muscle memory of the jump throw key, which just doesn't exist anymore, of course.
Yeah, I love the idea that pros are just sort of so ingrained or whatever, where it's like, if it's not a massive patch, they're not really that bothered. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, oh, they've downloaded like 30 megabytes. You know, they've just been practicing. They've been on their own prac servers probably, right? Where it's like they can still maybe get a jump throw grind going. I guess maybe not, because it's like just fully deleted now. I'm not sure. Is it just on the VAC servers that they're banned, or have they just...
There's multiple inputs, you just get kicked.
Yeah, okay. So fair enough, you can't do it anywhere.
They're matching it everywhere, yeah. So
fair enough, fair enough. But still, I love the idea that there might be 1 or 2 pros out there like, why is my jump throw bind not working? They've not fully read into the patch notes.
Yeah, quite funny. Nice shot Axel though, and again, of course, Force Buy Wars. What did I say about them? Sometimes these sort of games can start this way, in a bit of a weird and wacky manner. And Nertsy Test says, even though Nertz is already here, they're going to have to pounce pretty quickly. There's a kit on the floor directly in front of Nertz there. He's going to need that, but he needs himself to be alive as well. Icy, I think, shoots a dead body, but it doesn't matter because Inters has dealt with Testas in the end anyway. And a couple of guns will be retrieved as well. I couldn't get the second M4 picked up, but only the MP9 and the AK recovered. But Cloud9's Deagles work out beautifully.
Okay. We're in for one, aren't we? We are certainly in for one. Now we got Dexter out with the M4. You know, this is a total mess. This is a complete mess. This is just 2 gaming through and through. I'll tell you that much for free. Beautiful stuff, though, from Cloud9. Showing some of their individuality, which at one time was what this team in spirit was all about. So we'll see if they can continue that. Axile, nice one in the previous. Icy getting himself onto the board. All very scary prospects. Big man Nertz as yet to frag. Honorary Brit, of course, coming from the M point ranks. Either way. Adage out towards long here. Pretty passive hold from the CT side. Just give them the control.
You're going to need to keep looking for information, of course, our Heroic. These sort of rounds, you can't really sit back and wait. Of course, Heroic have run of form lately has really not been that great. We had 1 win in the recent Blast events, of course. Failed to make it to the main event in Cologne. Didn't make it through the play-in. Of course, losing 2-0 to OG today as well is really something that you don't want to see from them. Even though OG are looking better with Crizzen, you can't really say it's a result that's good for Heroic in any stretch of the imagination. And they're doing really good work on this particular round. They've hit their shots, as you'd expect. Heavy God looking good once again. And this is going to consign Heroic to a bit of a rough start to this one, because they're going to have to probably play for some exits, or maybe try and do some extra damage. I'm not going to be winning this round, and it will mean that whatever happens in the next one, Cloud9 have pretty much an eco to go up against.
Yes, it is a nice look here for C9. They have put an end to the Force Buy Wars. Potentially, again, it can still be a bit funky. We've got a Deagle that Shush can drop, and an AK, of course, in his hands. in the primary slot. So always potential. Never writing it off until it is over, sir. So we'll see whether Cloud9 can make it through the next. But the main eye of the storm, I think, is indeed all good for Cloud9 at the moment.
Yeah, and the main thing, as I said, about this Cloud9 team is maybe relying on the firepower, but at the same time, for the roster to be looking as workable as it is when it's been basically a complete revamp so early doors, it can only be classed as promising signs, I'd say. Taking it through to the RMR as they did as well is certainly promising. As I said, they get absolutely destroyed by 9 Pandas, and the other 2 maps were 13-11, 13-11, but that was the game to get them through in a 3-0 fashion, so there's a good amount to work with for this roster. People, as I said, will have their question marks over it, especially Inters. Just in general, they might think this Cloud9 won't be really a team that can really challenge for top-tier events, but well, they have the players.
There's obviously something that had to happen, you know, to pluck Inters back up, where they've said, okay, we need this guy back. Yeah. You know, for a while, he felt like he was the problem. They got rid of him, and then, you know, the whole Nafany debacle and everything. And they did pluck Inters from the depths, right? And it's like, okay, someone in this team, maybe Axile, has been like, this was my guy. And, you know, I didn't stand up for him enough when they wanted to get rid of him. Who knows? Who knows, right? It's a really interesting kind of conversation. Maybe Boomich has played with him a fair bit and likes what he sees. So it is interesting, but we'll keep our eyes on players like that. Oh my goodness, keep your eyes on these USPs. Oh god, it's a bit problematic. Shu's still alive with the AK. Still needs a hero moment. Can't do it though. Trying to just battle for space. Unfortunately, no kills come around for him, and I think they are showing pretty decent respect. That it's like, yeah, he's got that AK. Don't give him the headies. Get the bomb in there cleanly. And indeed, they go for that. So it forces a save out. I think in terms of a half buy, you can be happy with that on the heroic end. Unfortunately, no victory for them. So it will be that 4-1 for Cloud9, despite losing out the force buy, right? Really good recovery from them. You have to bear in mind here.
And it's sometimes it can actually work out worse for the team that wins the force buy. If you then lose the immediate force buy following, especially on the CT side with the economy being so brutal, it's just going to be a while before they can really get everything they possibly want. I think they're going to be able to afford an AWP in this next round, but still, when you don't get that AWP out so early on, I say you can afford an AWP, but Kickstand wouldn't be on much. They might just go for rifles on this round, looking at it now. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think not getting an AWP out early on CT on Dust 2 is often a very, very big problem, and it can lead to, well, I say this map looking pretty T-sided. I feel like the entirety of Counter-Strike is pretty T-sided right now with how the stats are looking and the recent big events. But yeah, this puts Cloud9 in a very good position, I think.
Yeah, fantastic start if they can continue solidifying their spot. Oh, don't do it, Tessus. Even that is risky on the cross. He might have eaten the bullet. Icy is trained in, just really waiting. Couple chances, but of course, how is he to know? Boomich quick up short here. Got a bit of support behind him as well in the form of Heavy God. So let's see what the gruesome twosome can get done. Nade rings round. Doesn't actually find the frag. Suppose not quite deep enough. He was getting the hell out of there. Nerds gets caught doing some KZ in the middle of an official. And Inters will indeed drop him. So Nerds not having the best game, and that is a really bad way to die as well. You know what I mean? Just jumping up slowly, trying to make a play, trying to get a good position, and you just get caught with your pants down for your 5th death of the game.
Yeah, important kill from Inters. Popping up with those important kills in gun rounds. That's all Cloud9 need from him, and now Shush needs to deliver. Boomich looks like he wants to check the angle, but Gunbarrel spotted, bomb down, and it's an absolute destruction. Shush takes them all down, and Cloud9's plans are ruined.
Just like that. Axile has managed to, land a... Oh, banger. Only Icy was in slightly earlier. It's that bomb that needs recovering, right? That's the key thing here. 25 seconds to do that. And again, full respect. We've got the bomb. We've got utility remaining. And he's like, yeah, not a chance. So save will come round. Recover some utility. And they do kind of need him. Okay. What was that all about then? Why's he just run back, picked up an M4, and got his ult back? I'm not quite sure what that was about, but there you go, mate. Whatever. All good. Maybe just a little scared if someone came near him. Automatic weapon might have been nicer. Yeah. But as I was saying, before that kind of wackiness, they do need him to survive here with all that cash, because he can drop. So really, really important that he lives.
Yeah, good round from Heroic, though, in the end. And I say good round from Heroic. Good round from Shush, to be fair. He was the main man. If he gets one and dies there, then the round's pretty much over. He purely wins the round all by himself. He'll miss the little drop down in towards Suicide there, which is a bit awkward for IC. Stressing that you can't go for the pick on the doors straight away. But yeah, it's important to praise Shush for that one, because I feel like he's been one of those players that has been performing a little bit under par lately. Of course, he has been known in the past as one of the best anchors in the world, but Testes has been improving a little bit in the last few months. Nertz is still pretty solid. Questions are asked of Degster and all his visa issues and Kickstand's leadership, and now Shush as well, with how poor their results have been. So important for the individuals to gain confidence with winning rounds kind of by themselves like that. But already in the following round, Testes has been domed by Axile, and just keep an eye on Axile for the duration of this entire series and this entire qualifier, because he is really having a resurgence of form in more favourable roles once again.
Inter's a bit trapped. Nert's not fancying the fight. Again, maybe he does check out, unfortunately for him. Oh, Degster. Oh, those two lined up, man. If that smoke kind of diffusion worked in his favor, he may well have caught the edge of them. Not going to be the case. It might just be a flat save, to be honest. The A bomb site is a bit more retakeable, but he's so far away. Absolutely no pressure on this A site right now. Nert's going to get timed on. Oh, man. Oh. He cannot catch a break, this guy.
That's a shame, isn't it? Because obviously we saw him having that duel up against Inters and Tunnels a little bit earlier on, and then eventually just gets palved out of the round, does Nertz. Inters, as I said, sometimes he can be guilty of being a bit too defensive, but often those plays in rounds like this do work out for him, and once again more impact from Axile and Inters. The old Gambit youngsters duo. It's kind of nice to see them back together once again. I've always said to myself in my heart of hearts, if I was going to think with my heart for Counter-Strike, if Shiro wins some events, then why can't Axile? They should be both being successful together. I can only hope that this Cloud9 roster gives Axile some more success again.
Yeah, man. It really does. I think they do have a bit of a place in our heart, as the tier 2 blokes. They're on the
grinders from back in the day.
Yeah, man. Oh my goodness. What was it, like 33 BO3s in a row or something? Or 33. Wild. I think that's maybe how many BO3s they won is the stat I have in my head. And I think the Vertigo was like undefeated for like 45 maps or something absolutely insane. They really farmed tier 2.
And famously, Shiro had like a ridiculous rating as well on Vertigo. Like I think he went negative like 5 times in 100 maps. Like it was that ridiculous. So that's unreal. That I always remember.
Yeah, they were the gamers. It was a different time. 3 BO3s a day, nowhere else to go because we were all locked indoors. And indeed, the LAN transition not quite as hard for Gambit into players into Cloud9.
Yeah.
Inters. Couple available for him. That's clean. He will get traded out, but he's grabbed some info. Maybe an extra couple there if he heard, who would it be here? Shush take a step. Either way, the B-bomb site vulnerable. They are savvy to that one. Shush not wasting any time, but not aware of how deep they could be. So he gives his life away at the chance of saving the round. Unfortunately, he gives it as he dies.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, another well thought out round from Cloud9. I mean, maybe I'm doing them a slight disservice, to be fair. I mean, I've actually watched quite a lot of this roster since it got put together, of course, in all the open qualifiers and closed qualifiers they've had to play, of course, without having the automatic invites. And I kind of said they rely on the firepower of, Heavy God, Axel, Icy. But I've got to give Boomich some credit in terms of his fragging ability as well. I think he's genuinely been a really good, had really good numbers as the in-game leader. And I think his leadership in general has been quite good. They will have some odd results, of course. I mean, I think the Dacia Belgrade qualifiers where they lost to Johnny Speeds, for example, is one of those which is just unexplainable and almost unforgivable. But Counter-Strike is just so close these days that those results will just happen. And despite how well you think you're playing going into it, they can happen. So, give a roster more time. It was only the very early doors of this Cloud9, and obviously time does run out. But at the moment, the progression, especially as their first ever game, I think, together, they did look pretty good. I think it was in a Blast event, right? They looked pretty good. Just got to give it some time to marinate with this new 5. And Boomich seems to be calling pretty well.
Okay, back into proceedings here. It's going to have to be a big one from Heroic. They are struggling. It is the pick of Cloud9, for sure. But all the same, we're moving into a relatively puggy map as well in the form of Ancient. So this is just one of those ones. Heroic maybe not got too many reps on this map at the moment. Still working it out. And indeed, it's been a good while since they played it, in fact. So, yeah, the Dust 2, they've been trying to avoid it. Maybe there is a reason as to why. They'll be confident in their Ancient, though, of course. But, yeah, you still have to give us a bit of something here, Trav. And a serviceable CT side. Maybe what they're all about on this map.
Yeah, you'd be right, Heroic just don't have much to talk about on this map at all yet. Obviously, lots of teams have been kind of forced to play Dust 2, whether they wanted to or not, because if some teams hate the new Vertigo, then the only other choice is Dust 2, really, as one to play and not permaban. And of course, they played Vitality at Dallas twice. And then finally, they obviously played in Compass as well against Ents. They won that one, but need more good plays like that from Tessez, and it's only one this time. Right, click smoke on the corner for Inters to give himself some space to molly Car. There are 2 mollies. And Axel is going to force his way forward just as that Molotov is thrown. And actually, that's a really good call. Surprises Heroic and surprises Kixan that Axel comes through it on that timing. But Nertz is going to be here. They're waiting to throw these smokes for the cross. He has a chance to peek ahead of it. Doesn't cover it all. It's not a great smoke. And, of course, the nade will blow it open as well. But Nertz doesn't take his timing. And I think maybe he could have gone for a kill. And Inters takes him down.
Jesus.
Dexter did it all by himself. Gets one more. 7 seconds for the plant, by the way. It's just about going to come through. And now it's a 2v2.
This is all over the place right now. We'll recircle back to just how messy that cross was for both teams. Shush, meanwhile, on the flank here, being held for. Easily finished. Maybe a bit too fast. Dexter is out. Something's gone wrong there, Trav. Is it just me? Like, Nertz is making a play. Then someone nades the smoke and absolutely screws him, to be honest. Because he was ready to go round. Big gap in the smoke. It's a bit of a mess. I think they knew there was a big gap, so they take a freeze. And Nertz was ready to go. He could have come away while they're all lined up with something pretty substantial. But nade goes in. Then it gets naded again, and I don't know what Nertz was doing, whether he's reloading or something, but it was open for him to take a fight, and he just gets caught immediately, right? The blow of the smoke benefited the T side more than the CT side. And then the flashes, right? The flashes, I'm pretty sure, were T-sided, but all the same, just all over for Heroic, when it felt like Cloud9 were on a bit of a mare, to be honest. A really bad smoke that absolutely froze their game, and they were like, oh, we can't move off this smoke. We're going to have to make a decision here. The onus was on Heroic, and it was just a mess. And you see it now. Timeout comes in. There was clearly something going sideways comm-wise there.
I think sideways comm-wise would be the right thing to say, because obviously, we have the X-ray. They don't. Goes without saying. We were just, urging Nertz to go for a swing, because he probably has a 3k spray down, at least 2, with how they were positioned on the corner of Long Wall there, Cloud9. But, as you say, the nade coming through, seemed like he almost didn't want it at that timing. Never went for an actual swing at any point. Just gives Inters the initiative to be the one swinging into the fight rather than the other way around. Which pistol tends to be slightly advantageous in this game. So yeah, poor from Heroic. And Cloud9 take advantage. As we say, this is the map that Cloud9 have been very willing to go toward in this edition of the roster. They not been entirely successful, but they have found some wins on it. Of course, this is one of the maps where they did lose once to Johnny Speeds. But yeah, things could turn around in Ancient because, as we discussed a little bit earlier, Heroic are a lot more comfortable there, and Cloud9, I've seen some very shaky maps from them on Ancient thus far. So this might be one of those maps in the series for C9 that's a must-win.
It's possible. It is very possible. And just absolutely pummel it home would be fantastic for them. Oh, Tessus kicks off well. Got some support as well. The flashers a little shaky here from the T side, just drawing them in, trying to play around with the AWP. In comes his flash. That's work, but he does get another really, really nice start. We're going back for the default nades here. Kicks Andy Weil in behind, and catch the player off. Eventually, Icy just had no idea what was going on, you know. Really not considering him at all. That's the bomb dropped. Surely has to be a winnable situation now for Heroic.
24 seconds, there's just no time for this for C9 unless they just dive through mid doors and go toward B or go straight up cat to A. I just don't see a world in which they can turn this. They actually have a path. They have somewhat of a path. Hang on a second. 12 seconds to get up short and plant the bomb. They're still kind of fumbling with utility. I don't think Inters is going to get there in time. Surely not. Surely not. No. Cloud9, you have made a massive mistake here. Inters will go straight down. Heavy God is stuck behind the smoke, and I think they know it too. Will he go down after time? He won't. Cloud9 are lucky. They've completely misread the clock there, and I kind of thought that was going to be the case when they were top mid, let alone on short itself.
Wild. Absolutely wild, sir. I mean, yeah, again, both teams, I think, really having these teething issues, it feels like. Comms, messy. Whether it is the map of Dust 2, it can flow quite fast, or whether it is just where these teams are at. That is a heck of a grunting noise. But my guy has got the jump throw nailed. So that's good.
Yep.
Well done.
Whenever you hear the grunt, you know that's a good sign.
Yeah. I mean, it's something that's going to come in, right? Because I don't think it had it on the jump throw binds. Because it's a different, sort of a different tech.
Correct.
Yeah. So there you go. The grunts are back.
And now audible by third person as well, of course, which is important to mention. Obviously, important to say that if you are jump throwing and you are making the grunt sound, if your opponents can hear, you're still going to be landing on the ground anyway, so you'd be making an audible sound cue either way. But still, it's important to mention. Anyway, Cloud9 up cat in the next round, the penultimate round of the first half. Icy's got his AWP in play. They've got decent utility, Cloud9. But they are going to use quite a lot of it to try and get their edge towards short. And actually, it's just going to be Boomich launching his way down in towards CT. Sees it's clear. That's still quite a bit of a fake toward the A side of the map. But there are still two toward B. They're going to have to get past. But Boomich just being here is going to remove his counterpart kickstone. And now it's going to be all on Nerds. Or two from the headshot angle. Perfectly done. Got Shush in support. Now it's all going to be Boomich and Icy. There is a path, but there's not much time again. Oh, Tessus has given up his life to Icy. Oh dear. Once again, there could be a way back in.
Yeah, brilliant rounding from Nerds. A fantastic setup on B to make it happen. You know, it all falls into place over there for them. Dexter, aggressive. Drops the bomb, 10 seconds in the molly. He knows he can maybe just buy the time here, but does eventually go down to Icy's. Oh, that's close, but it's enough. And now Shush coming round. May well have been heard or at least guessed about just because he is that B player. He's incredibly low. That information maybe not going to be there. And Icy starting to second guess himself. Got to be careful here. Shot rings off for the head. Shot lands. Pinned to the back wall as Cloud9 nick that one away.
And it's not just Icy's individual ability with the AWP that's notable, of course, that we saw from his time on Amcal, even maybe from his short time on Avangar as well back in the day. It's the fact that he's a very, very good clutcher. I have seen many, many clutches of his, whether it's a pistol or a rifle. And sure, he has a massive advantage up against Shush there, but he did go for the AWP. It's not like he just went for the pistol and ran him down looking to try and hit one bullet. He hits the orb shots and completes it for his team. And after the couple of mistakes that Cloud9 have made in this half, they're still 8-3 looking for 9-3, and Boomich going for the spawn-based pick with the AWP out long. Cloud9 are looking very solid right now.
Well, he is an AWPer, technically speaking.
True.
He's got a history, though. Either way.
So was Perfecto for a bit.
Yeah, well, there you go, mate. There you go. I mean, anyone can do it. You know, AWP's OP. You just have to click on them. It's not even on the head. You know what I mean? It's like on the bigger part of the body.
Easy for you to say.
Well, indeed, it is. It is. Yeah. 1500 elo. It's a lot easier than it looks. Either way, there has been a trade back here. So we shall see whether Heroic can recover things. A little brave from them as well as Nerds goes pushing through B main. So, wow, this could get a little feisty. Okay, Molotov forces them back. Cloud9 massively grouped tough. If only Nerds had kept going, he really could have caught them all off guard here.
Oh, Dexter, if he moves forward here, surely he's done for. Absolutely is. No chance to even pull out the AWP again. Boomich takes it. And look at the positioning of Heroic now in this round. You've got Shush, who had pushed all the way around, as you can see. But he's not going to have much say in this, because Cloud9 have all the sight to themselves, and Heavy God just takes a heads-up duel toward tunnel anyway. Easy peasy for Cloud9, and Nerds with the recovered AWP, and Tess is on an M4. No kit, just an incendiary. Icy can afford to dance around in mid, and there's nothing for Heroic to work with. Icy finishes off the half, 9 for Cloud9.
Welcome back, gamers. We are into the second half of our first map. Cloud9 flattening Heroic at the moment. I think it is safe to say maybe not the greatest map for Heroic, as we've mentioned. One that they have fancied staying away from. They've been lucky up until now, right? Cloud9, a fresher team, an individually based team. I think they will make Dust 2 a big part of their repertoire, of their utility belt. We shall see. Nerds on the contact. The triple swing coming in from the CT side, though. That's a pretty scary prospect. They will lose one in the meanwhile. Lovely little exit flash there. Allows them to get away. I'm not sure. It's tough to say who's come out on top of that exchange.
Cloud9 have been able to find space across the map, though. They've got the intel toward long. They've got Inters pushing through tunnel. There is a smoke up for that cross for Heroic. And Axel's just waiting near Gandalf right now. Just biding his time, playing off of Boomich's contact. Cloud9's setup isn't that bad, but Pisses can turn very quickly, especially the fact that Shush has still got utility. That Molotov will force Axel into the open. He just gets burnt out. In the end, I think it's actually just going to be the pure utility that might win Heroic this pistol round. Heavy God had to find one more, but Nerds clean with the P250. And Heroic have parred this pistol quite nicely. Inters will probably look to try and save his Kevlar, I'd imagine.
Yeah, why not? Why not? They will potentially look for a force buy in the next. I think especially when you're this far ahead, there is more of an argument for it than against it. But Heroic absolutely needed that one, of course. They dropped the pistol, and God forbid they don't find a bomb plant. You know, if that was the universe, the timeline in which we were on, I think they would have probably dropped the map quite swiftly. So this gives them a bit of a chance. Still going to be tough. Still a long road. But it is all about just proving to yourself that you can match off against Cloud9, right? When we've got Heavy God, Axile, Icy. Well, I mean, all of them, to be fair, but everyone looking pretty damn good here on that Cloud9 side. That's probably a bit scarier than just having one individual popping off, actually. I think having the whole team look impenetrable is a really worrisome sign for the next map. So you have to start proving to yourself that you can battle back. Meanwhile, on the Heroic side, Dexter looks good. Beyond that, not much.
Yeah, had a couple of individual moments, right? Shush went around all by himself on the CT side for Heroic. But the one plus point for Cloud9 as well, as we say. Everyone's sort of, flagging together as a team. That's a very good sign for a new roster. But now there's a chance here for Heroic, and these games can turn very, very quickly. It was a 9-3 half pistol. Immediately turns into 9-5 with the full eco. Of course, Icy, he's considering a glass cannon AWP right now. Let's see if he goes for it. Go on, mate. You know you want to. Okay, rifle instead. So, no AWP. And the first gun round for Cloud9. Heroic, with the MAC-10 on Tesset, wouldn't be surprised if they try and keep it pacey. Knowing that there's definitely a world they can get back into this game now.
I think Icy would have probably gone for it if he had a better spawn. He was right at the back of CT spawn.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if he was a bit further forwards, you've got mid, you've got long, of course. Nerds may well have been heard there. Still not ready, though. Boomich gets caught. That's kind of a blunder that it's like, okay, we've not got anyone covering mid. Panic to cover mid. I'm sure he must have been heard by these short players. Nerds on the entries with the Galil, making it look a little more expensive than 1800. Really solid stuff from him. That is one of the flashes of all time. Oh, nearly 3 for Icy. They got nades out a bit early. That could have pulled the round back, but he's traded in good time. Might just be the save now.
Yeah, how team-sided Counter-Strike is. Icy would have needed to get 3 to even give his teammates a slight chance. Heavy God. I guess the one thing that is worrying here for Heroic is they had no smoke on the cross, but they also don't need to cross, because Dexter's the one with the bomb anyway. So they can just choose not to face. And I think they'll realise that Cloud9 will not be going for this from here. So 9-3 becomes 9-6. We were kind of discussing quite a lot about the history of both these two teams and the players, of course, and their recent results in the first half. Kind of just seeing how comfortable it was really in that first half for Cloud9. They were outmaneuvering Heroic. They were out-dueling Heroic. It's basically as simple as that. Sometimes it can be as simple as that on Dust 2. And now, you might be seeing a little bit of the same the other way. Heroic having a great start to the second half. It's going to force Cloud9 to be a bit all over the place in terms of their money. Good pathing from Tesses to go back and pick up the M4 from short. So he upgrades from his Mac 10. Good decisions being made at the moment, and Cloud9 will start to feel it a little bit as we get ever further into the CT side.
Yeah, really solid look from Nertz as well. He was a player that we were maybe worried about for a period, but he has managed to turn it around.
He's 1-6, right? Pretty sure. So,
Indeed.
we'll bounce back.
A little presence out towards long there, Trav. Nothing much happening off the back of it. Still not an awful lot from Cloud9, right? They don't want to give those early kills away, and they're looking to just sort of cheese their way into the round with a heavy A stack here, pretty close up middle, right? You can really support in. Exile does want to try and get into the mixture. It's all a distractionary play, though. They were hoping to potentially catch off. That is clean. They are unarmored, but they're both in the noggin, mate. So really, really good stuff from Nerds. I think it'll just be a save for the rifles once again.
Yeah, lovely spray transfer from Nertz. As you say, would have been comfortable even if they did have guns, it looks like. He'll drop down towards CT. Inters is still here. Of course, he and Heavy God and the whole team are buying next run anyway, so they can perhaps afford to play some form of aggressive exits here. Try and limit the heroic money at least a little bit, because right now it could get built up pretty significantly. Axel gives it a go. Inters obviously hears and running off towards short with that new box, of course. Nertz can just go straight back up again. Has provided a lot of extra factors to retakes and holds on the CT side. That box being added on Dust 2. Actually, making Dust 2 a little addition that they're making it quite enjoyable, actually. Dust 2 is one of my least favourite maps to watch for a long time in its previous iterations. But on CS2, with the nades being able to break the smokes and everything, I think Dust 2 has been quite enjoyable to watch, actually. But right now, not for Cloud9's CT side.
Alrighty. Let's get it going, man. Cloud9 going to have to give us something. It's been really, really lackluster. Heroic are starting to heat up, ultimately. Long presence is late from Heroic. Go on, Boomich with a double spray down. An interesting choice, Heroic, rather than rushing out, rather than going off the spawn base. They try and burst through, but Cloud9 putting so many resources in towards long, it really pays off for them as well.
Yeah, I love that from Cloud9 and from Boomich. Spray down with the A4. Not easy, but he made it look it. I see, of course, with his AWP out now. And that residual cash that, of course, Inters and Heavy God will have if they're able to win this round comfortably. It only makes them look a little bit more comfortable again. That run boost for Kixan and Tesses does not work out too well. Lurk smoke on Catbo. Nades will be coming in. Axel still got a Molotov to keep them at bay. 50 seconds left in this round. We'll smoke that ramp molly. Affected too much anyway, but Dexter out long. Oh, he needed that one. But Boomich once again stands tall. Booster to the top. May find one, but it won't even find that one. Axile just about takes Kixan, and Tesses is surrounded.
Yeah, no way he makes it out of here. Not without a fight anyway, and not without a pretty good one. Yeah, deleted. So there you go. Double digits for Cloud9. This is what the solid 9-3 half. It's a big old benefit when you start things a bit slow. Still, plenty of money for Heroic. They could potentially come back quite nicely, and if they can get a, solid sort of round here themselves, that would be really good. But in the same vein, lots and lots of money for Cloud9, thanks to saves and thanks to how clean that previous one was. So it is a topsy-turvy kind of time. Heroic just going to have to hit a solid line of consistency here.
Yeah, and that's been their biggest issue in basically every tournament they've played in recent times. Results have just not been, I say consistency. They've been consistently mid for the last few tournaments, it's fair to say. Unfortunately for them. There are some bright sparks that often light up series for them. Let's see how they do in the following gun round, because Icy wants to go peeking back in toward mid. Nerf is on the angle, but Icy's just better. Incendiary will maybe separate them slightly, and actually has. Kickstand decides to fall away in the end, and of course, that'll take him down to 58 HP. The Incendiary's kind of sucking in this game right now, but he does take just under half of his health away. But Axel's looking at the smoke a little bit, I guess you could say wrongly, and Shush takes both him and Boomich. Round turned on its head.
That is huge. Really nasty play out from Shush, man. Knows that smoke. Knows that there is maybe a bit of a gap with the way the volumetric dynamicism works. Creeping out on towards B here as well. Shush going to be found, but it confirms the fact that B is potentially clear. So they'll start to pick up the pace. Big fight coming in here. Heavy God's got a nade available. That, does a lot of damage. And Kickstand, he's the man with the bomb. He's got to make it across. Icy with the protection shot. Where the hell was he, to be honest? Like, he's dipped into the night like a phantom, straight in towards tunnel. 3v2 is definitely doable. They're all going to group up and try and move in together. They've got kits, all of them. A couple flashes, but I think they will forego those just to try and make it in towards the site quietly. And you can see not really being considered at all. They are waiting quite a while before making the move in. Flash comes round. Wow. Caught in the back is Dexter. Didn't quite know what was up. Kicks and falls. Kit available, and a bit too easy for Cloud9 in the 3v2.
Yeah, some mistakes made there by Heroic. I didn't necessarily see the need for Tesses to go peeking in toward window as he did on that timing, getting removed by Icy. I feel like if you have 3 on the site, sure, he wanted to pounce on that timing, maybe realizing that they weren't looking toward him at that moment, but in a 3v3, you'd favor Heroic. Cloud9, though, I've got to give them props for the decision they made to go 3 through tunnel. You know how hard it is to retake the site when there are players holding the door and the window. It's just not favoured for a CT side at any point. So Cloud9 decide to go all 3 through tunnels. You need that tunnel's presence for at least one player to make retakes a possibility, it feels like. And in the end, they choose all 3. The fact that all 3 have kits as well makes it a lot more comfortable in terms of how much they need to rush. And as you saw, they caught Dexter in transition just when he was looking outside of window and outside of doors to see exactly what Cloud9 were planning. And he couldn't get himself into a safer position quick enough. Dexter's internal clock didn't tick fast enough.
It's one of those, maybe unsure, right? You have to put yourself into a dangerous position to get away from the danger. All 3 in from tunnels is certainly rare. Oh, Dexter with the miss. Not looking good. He's had a good game as well. 16 frags. Puts him at the top of the scoreboard for either end. Down goes Shush as well to the nade. So, yeah, from bad to worse hit for Heroic. And it might just be curtains sooner than they expected. Axel fancies himself a bit of an orb. They can all do it on Cloud9. They can all do it. And indeed, securing the round with that frag, I feel. Should be 12 now.
Yeah, nice little recovery from Cloud9. I thought Heroic maybe had something to speak about on this T side. But with some nice ideas, some nice individual level, some nice spray downs by Boomich, and some good moments from the likes of Icy and Axile. You are creeping toward these map points here. Of course, winner of this plays the winner of Bait and Eternal Fire. It's currently going down right now on the D stream, I do believe. I can give you an update on some of the games going on, of course. Elsewhere in this qualifier, Bait have been owned by Eternal Fire in Map 1. It's already over 13-2. Fnatic are 9-7 up on 3D Max, and Falcons are 11-9 up on OG. Boomich once again showing up. That's his 14th kill of the game. Co-top fragging alongside Icy on his team. Dexter in the entire server, but that's not doing much for Heroic right now. Nertz needs to find a long-range spray down just to keep himself alive, and I don't think that's going to happen. 18 seconds, flashing in a couple of long doors. He is a dead man, and Boomich gets a triple.
Lovely stuff all round here as Boomich tops the numbers for Cloud9. Maybe not what you expected to see here this afternoon, but it is always a treat. And of course, Boomich, he's a new man, or rather half a man, I suppose. Indeed, he looks great. And I'm allowed to say that. I'm allowed to say that as a fellow man.
Proportions.
Yeah, sure. There you go. Thank you, Trav. Thank you. That's a good way of putting it and not offending anyone in the community. Either way, Boomich going to continue fragging out here. Doesn't matter what he looks like, but, you know, healthy body, healthy mind, man. I think it really could make a difference to his game. We'll see.
Yeah, but I almost feel proud of him, right? It's kind of crazy. Oh, Axile. Gonna feel proud of that shot as well. Nurse just making his way down mid, and even though he's half blind, Axile saw him a split second before he goes for the kill and just deletes him. And all Heroic have to show for this final round to save the game is Dexter on a scout, kicks down on an AK, shush on a deagle, only a flash and a nade. And they're gonna have to win this via killing.
Indeed. Big frags required. Heavy God. Good position for him. Oh, my goodness. Just crept past, and he's a little bit like, did I see a guy? What's going on? You know, he's really had a little bit of Mandela moment here. Caught off by the deagle, so it doesn't really matter in the end. Trade out of information. Now, the big thing is, the bomb has crossed. The bomb is on the site, getting planted. So they're going to be like, what the hell? How have they planted? Where have they planted? For a second as well. And they're all a little bit low, so I don't like the look for Cloud9. I'm not going to lie. It's all on to Dexter, however. Trying to work around this smoke. And again, I think Cloud9 going to keep it simple, stupid. They will move together and just try and get this retake rolling. AWP out for Boomich. Get him traded. Dexter then. Smoke to his benefit. Spots out one. Going to go swinging in. Not quite ready for all of them, and he will indeed fall. Cloud9 netting it in. Takes him some time on that CT side. Let's not beat around the bush. But once they get going, looking pretty unstoppable. Heroic. Contextually, it doesn't look great. It maybe is a bit of a recovery, you could say, to be honest. It could have been very, very one-sided stuff. All the same, Cloud9 looking fantastic there as a squad, I will say. Dexter, numbers-wise, great. But the rest of the team just couldn't keep up. And the comms, man, there were some really messy rounds there from Heroic.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the most worrying things for them. Of course, we can preface that by speaking about what we've spoken about a couple of times in the game. Heroic don't really play much Dust 2. It's not one of their favourites. But there were some worrying moments there. And even though Dexter did look okay numbers-wise, he was very obviously caught out on a number of occasions where perhaps he shouldn't have been. Maybe that could have turned a few of those close rounds back in Heroic's favour, made the game close. But end of the day, if Heroic don't take that second half pistol, we're looking at like a 13-4, 13-5 or something, right, rather than a 13-7. So it was all Cloud9's at the end of the day, and they did make it work pretty nice for them. Next map, of course, though, is Ancient. That could be a totally different story. I've seen Cloud9 struggle quite a lot on Ancient with this new iteration of their roster, whereas Heroic is one of their better maps. So we'll see if Heroic can bounce back after the break. And we're back, Cloud9 looking solid, but now we go into a map where they've been much less than solid. You could say they've been liquid, because they've only won it once recently on Ancient. It was against 500 in the open qualifier for this very event, and that's not exactly a very good reference point, beating a team like 500 who are kind of nowhere at the moment. So, Heroic, one of their better maps. Scriv, I would say that I'm kind of expecting a third map decider here.
Yeah, I would think so. It, for me, feels logical as well. Move on to that Mirage as the third map. Pretty middling map for both the teams, in fact. So maybe even one that Cloud9 might prefer, actually, getting a Mirage out. So yeah, it's an interesting sort of pan out veto. I don't know, man. Heroic for me, yes, I get that they don't like Dust 2, but they looked really, really shaky in places. So hopefully a lot of that has been brushed off. Hopefully that is down to, we've not worked on the Dust 2, we'll just play it out, bit of vibes, you know, see how it goes, and not really put too much thought into it. That's a very risky and dangerous way to play a series, though, because Cloud9 could have done the work onto Ancient here, right? And indeed, again, the entire squad was looking good. It wasn't maybe a case of, okay, this is really one-sided because Axal's popping off or Heavy Gods taking over. The entire team, it was actually Boomich who ended up being, I shouldn't say that with such surprise. It was actually Boomich that was towards the top end of the scoreboard, guys. And for me, I think that guy should now be able to maybe start taking over and calling a good game here as well. They start on the CT side of things. It's dangerous. Get both pistols. Give us a couple of big clutches. And that might be enough to win you the match, you know? So, Heroic going to have to come out all guns blazing here and get themselves a really solid base to work with.
Completely agree. And Kixan, he's certainly come out with utility blazing. He's the man with the entire belt dropped over to him. Molotov, smoke, and 2 flashes. And he's not using quite a lot of that into a red room, but that's actually a lovely flick up from Axal. Nert tries to launch his way in, gets destroyed, but now Axal himself is down so very low, should not be long for this world. How has Dexter allowed Axal to get one more kill? And it's just completely fallen apart, the seams for Heroic. They had a plan. That plan is now not even a plan.
Indeed, mate. Indeed. Slammed by the big man. Axal going to get himself a 3-piece, in fact. And not a single death. So that's not good, mate. That is not good, right? We wanted a keen start here for Heroic. We wanted them to hit the ground running, and to lose to a pistol like that. Look, the pistols, they are a bit random. They are a bit difficult to make work. But when you're in the server, it doesn't feel that way. Yeah. So it can be very, very difficult to apply that kind of punditry logic to these types of moments. Force by coming in. Nades and flashes round, but it's big old damage onto Heroic. No real return. Bomb site is vulnerable for a spell here, though. Inter's going to have to stand strong. Axile, of course, comes round to help. They couldn't quite find it. I think Axile's thrown a sort of slow down flash, and it worked really, really well. Means Inters does not get overwhelmed, and they hold on to the site.
Yeah, really nicely done by Inters, especially there, making sure he swings as he puts his incendiary down, knowing that it's pretty likely a T player will be running through it. And that's something we might be seeing quite a lot more of in the future by a lot of players who are maybe playing those anchor roles and have just an incendiary to play with. Swinging with it, knowing that a player might push through it because his incendiary is just smaller and kind of bad, full stop. Don't do much damage really to you at all. So Inters makes sure he gets ahead of the play. Sure, as we said, Heroic, it is slightly a better map for them, a map they're more confident on, a bit more comfortable on to at least go to and play. But in the Clone play-in, obviously, they played one of the games with Borrow 2K, as it has to be mentioned, and not Dexter. They won both of those play-in games, and against MIBR and 3D Max, but of course, in the long run, they didn't make it. So it's worrying for them, and especially as a map of Ancient, of course, as well, that kind of no one but for maybe one or two teams permabans. It's one of the most important middle ground maps in the pool right now. So if you struggle on Ancient, your pool is not looking too strong. Cloud9 are kind of in the same boat at the moment, but they've started the better of the two thus far.
Okie dokie. Really solid start indeed, sir. Should be an eco out for a heroic. I don't know, what do you make of this heroic team, man? I think on paper, there's really not loads in it for me. I like the look of Nertz for sure, but he's maybe not really found his feet on this squad in the same way that he did on Ents. Shush and Tessus, still there, still present, but again, not quite to the same sorts of levels. Maybe that is down to getting acclimatized, but they've had a fair amount of time and it just hasn't looked great. Dexter's the big one where it's like, this is sort of his final chance, I think. Individually, always been a fantastic player for me. I just think like the personality is a lot to deal with on this guy, and it doesn't seem like there's much letting up either, you know? So I don't rightly know if he's going to be a good fit for this kind of team that is in interim, is building up. Is there a voice in here that's going to be able to just sort of calm Dexter down and tone him down or deal with him? I don't think so.
It's tough, isn't it? I don't know. There's not really a piece of this heroic team right now that I look at and I say, yes, they can really, other than Nertz, they can really take a game by the scruff of the neck. I think Dexter has it in him, but I'm not sure he had it in him as much as he did, you know, toward the end of it, you know, maybe a couple of years ago or something. I really feel as though, don't get me wrong, heroic can still win this map and win the series. Like, we're talking as if it's all doom and gloom and it's completely over. It's absolutely not. But I look at Nertz and I say, sometimes he needs some help. Tess has been performing a little bit better lately. I think that is a plus for heroic. But Shush's numbers have been falling a little bit. Questions have come, of course, about Kickstan's leadership as well, purely because results aren't coming whatsoever. And sometimes even when the individuals perform well, it's just the leadership that come to some multiple issues. The look problematic. And Nertz will respond in this all-important opening gun round for heroic, but he needs another. He's spotted Axile in Donut. Cloud9 go for a bit of a mid-pinch and get themselves a 2-for-1.
Just a big old freeze here from heroic. Starve the information out. Maybe Cloud9 will make a move or a rotation that is unwise. Oh, Axile, you lucky bugger. He nearly gets caught there. It's Tessus who makes the move on the other side of the map, however. Axile in for the information. Nate will take him. He dishes out a fair bit. We'll see here. This is not a bad look for Cloud9. Molotov goes down. Just try and buy a bit of time. It's ultimately ineffective, but heavy God, good position for him. Could deny the bomb plant. He's not quite in position, though, is he, unfortunately, to try and spam through. Nertz then. Keep your eyes here on the plat box. What's he going to be able to find? Clean for two. Oh, yes. I knew it. I could see it in my mind's eye. They've gone a bit early. Heavy God cannot help. Cannot assist. Can he clean up, however? Slow creep in, knows the position of Nertz. Where is this second guy? Is the big old question. Nertz has now spotted him out. That's confirmed. That'll be the round, man. Just play it safe. Don't really give him the fight. It's a little close. Shouldn't be able to get this, though. He does have a kit available. It's planted for a main, and unfortunately, Heavy God guesses the wrong way. He gets the kill. Shush with a mess, but it doesn't matter. They get the round.
I mean, everyone's going to die. Shouldn't have been the case. That should have been the easiest of easy spray downs for Shush, and he could have kept his gun up. Now, Cloud9, they would be buying anyway, but they'll know Heroic's money is just going to be... Sure, they know they're going to have rifles, but it's not going to be perfect across the board in the slightest. Not a single soul surviving, and that just kind of tells the tale about what I was talking about with Shush's individual level. That's just like a everyday spray down that you'd hit 99 times out of 100, but it seems like that one time, that 100th moment, catches him off guard, and now Heroic are down to Galils in the following round. I agree that Heroic made some mistakes in that after plant as well, to be fair. So did Cloud9. I mean, Nertz being gifted those 2 kills from the plat box. They went before Heavy God was ready, and you were spot on about that. But look at Heroic in the following round. Got some good timing on this one. Icy had just moved away from the angle at CT, and he's let Heroic push forward, go for the boost on the grass, and they're going to leap their way in, of course. But as I said, lack of utility, lack of money after that previous round means that Icy will get gifted the first, but Tessus and Shush do well to recover. Axel has to trade, and it's a 3v3.
Lovely stuff from Dexter. I might just get them in for this round, to be honest with you. Icy on that orb. Can't really help too much on the retake here. The boys are going for it, though. They fancy themselves. Heavy God. Flash over the top is successful. Not ready for Nerds. Guys, we're going to have to start checking this box. Nerds, he quite likes it. Icy just can't decide. There's steps all over. There's shots coming over his shoulder as well. He somehow manages to make it away there. I figured he'd surely get crunched. Ooh, he's still being chased. USP is out. Tessus going to fall. He was going to go down to the bomb anyway, so trying to make something happen. So does Nerds. Fellas, what is going on? What is happening in this game? A little bit all over the place from both sides in that sense. And kind of indecisive, I guess. Nonetheless, it is Heroic picking up 2.
This will make Cloud9's mind up to buy here, I'm convinced of it. They can only probably get MP9s on a couple of the other players. Obviously, Icy can drop one. They're going to use attack because they know Heroic. Rare occasion where a T-side wins 2 rounds in a row with nobody left alive. Doesn't happen too often. That's why Cloud9 are taking some time to talk about this and how to facilitate a force buy. Because Heavy God can get a M4 himself. I say Axel probably FAMAS MP9, Boomich Inters MP9 apiece or 5.7 apiece. They might decide to go for a half. Let's see. Heavy God did have that extra money to get that MP9 in play. So it's very interesting. On many occasions, I expect the CT side to force buy here, knowing the damage done to Heroic, knowing they have no bank whatsoever. But Cloud9 deciding, okay, we'll just take our time, prioritise our own funds, and maybe play out this round with the MP9 and the AWP, where we still have a chance at doing some more damage.
Time will tell, my good man. The B-bomb site looks pretty good, right? So, Heroic. Gotta be careful. Guessing the wrong way at the moment. Women's gonna go wildly flying in. Icy gets 1. They weren't banking on 2. Could have been a nice little play, but indeed, Nerds backs his man. And it is just Heavy God with the MP9. Some money to be made, potentially, but the round itself is in dire jeopardy. Not looking likely at all, as Heavy God will indeed fall. So that's going to be that secured.
This should be finally some comfort for Heroic. This should be a round where they survive with 4. Finally some bank.
Bomb has been planted.
And of course, having a look at recent results for Cloud9 on Ancient as they try and recover what they can. The real pain for Cloud9 in the 4 games they've played with this roster, which are up against 3D Max, NIP, Johnny Speeds in that Dacia Belgrade qualifier I mentioned, of course 500 in the open qualifier for this event. They do okay on CT, Cloud9 usually, but 42% round on T side. They have only won a couple of pistols. That actually I think was only their 2nd ever pistol round they've won in those 4 best of 3s.
God damn.
In this matchup. They only won 1 pistol before that. So there are issues for Cloud9 on this map, despite the good start. And Heroic, I would say they probably know how to punish those. But let's see.
Let us see indeed. Back round with the buy. Cloud9 looking for presence. Early smoke, of course. Molotov down. That insta smoke is really getting a lot of airtime these days. Just gives that mid control. Not a lot of teams actually putting bodies into mid anymore. It's all about the rest. of the map. Boomich. Smoke goes down. That gives his position away. Inter's getting contacted on here. Lovely find from him. Smoke was indeed going to put him out of action, but it comes a bit late. Axile falls to the AWP. 4 versus 4. Sight conceded, and maybe space here for Heroic to take that control.
And yeah, Nertz will push forward. Inters now knows he needs this kill, but he's not going to have the protection of that smoke anymore to push forward back in towards CT. And Nertz, that's the Nertz we know and love. 9 and 4 start in this map for him. Tesse should easily catch Heavy God advancing up lane. He absolutely will. And they will know where Boomich was from earlier on. Here we go, Heroic. Something to work with here. You've got Nertz performing. And you've got Cloud9's economy in the bin.
As we touched on, man, should be a game on our hands. Certainly the way that it felt coming into this one. Heroic. A different team, for sure. Mirage still going to be tough for them if we do end up there. But this is a pretty keen turnaround compared to the first map. Compared to just the start of this one as well. It felt like Heroic were maybe in the money, but once the guns have come into play, Heroic, the driving force. Half 5 for Cloud9. What are they going to do with it? Everybody's sort of grouping up here for a general split. They're going to flash to start the round off towards middle. The AWP getting boosted up here as Dexter looks to find this first frag. I think Cloud9 maybe with the buy that they have, a few smokes in there, you know, just wind the clock down. Don't give them, oh, those early peaks. I see. Dangerous game.
Icy just puts one bullet through that smoke with the 5.7, and it's a headshot on Dexter through the corner of the wall with that 5.7. Dink down to 48. Annoying for Dexter. He would have wanted to stay on that boost for a little while longer. But this is Heroic's chance to reach 5. He's going to get past that CZ and these 5.7 and Deagles. Interesting to see Boomich still wanted to go for that CZ. I would say the 5.7 is 10 times better than a CZ, but sometimes it comes down to player's personal preference, but nothing this time. Testes makes that spray transfer look very easy up against the pistols. Plant will come through safely. And Icy Inters and Axile just be trying to play some aggressive exits because they're buying next round anyway. They just want to try and nab a weapon from somewhere, and from the bank of Heroic that was in the doldrums after those 2 rounds they won with nobody left standing, they've built it up pretty well now over the last few rounds.
It is true, my good man. It is very, very true. So, yeah, I think they're in a great spot. So much pressure on Cloud9 to start performing. And it is a hell of a lot easier said than done. On this map, I think it moves so fast, right? Like, the rounds can just be over in 30, 45 seconds off those early frags. A lot of teams do struggle with this Ancient, but it also seems quite popular at the moment, where we've maybe had, for a while, quite a slow meta of your Infernos and your Overpasses. This map in particular seems to have sped things up a bit, plus Dust 2. Plus maybe you could argue an Anubis, although that has slowed down for me in recent times. We still are potentially in one of the wackest map pools. Because of that, you know, there are a few rounds missing where it's like, wow, what a read, or wow, what a move, what a timing, etc., etc. It's a lot more based on this guy clicked my head better, so I lost the round. Which can be nice sometimes, but you don't want that to be the entire series. You know, we got Dust 2, Ancient, super fast. We got Mirage somewhere in the middle. But God forbid there was a Vertigo in here or something. You know, it'd be really...
I know.
Really sad is all, you know, for my first BO3 of the day, of the week.
Yeah, Vertigo is definitely fallen out of favour for many teams and players of casual and professional alike, just with that new hole in elevator. Catwalk is good, I think, but yeah, I think people they're gagging for Train to come back, aren't they? They want to Train, they want to cash perhaps in the future. We'll see. I know FM Pone, of course, is working very hard on that new cache, and we're seeing lots of screenshots come out from him. So we'll have to see how that transpires into the future. We'll have to see how this hold transpires for Icy. Important gun round for Cloud9. They haven't got kit, so they're going to try and play on the front foot. But Flash is going to be really good. Thankfully, Icy times his shot really well. Tess is holding for the possibility of a mid push through to flank quickly. Cloud9 have focused their attention around Donut for now. Stop giving Nerds that plat box position because they'll continue to do so much work from it, I feel like. And now it's an issue, Squib, because no kit, like I said.
Yeah, not going to be easy. Kixon's got the angle as well. 2 for him, that's the round. See you later. Yeah, that's just so tough, though. That's just how it goes, mate. Like, you've got a guy holding an angle and you can't beat him. Again, the retakes do look a bit shaky. They're just never really in. Nert's looking so clean. They love this map. You can just feel it.
Yeah.
Kixon with a great angle. Nert's with a great angle. It's just perfect.
Overrun the A-bomb site once again. They're heroic. And the thing is, for Cloud9, they'll be looking at that round and say, what did we actually do badly wrong? Like, we can't necessarily always put 2 or 3 players on A. A is the most retakeable bomb site in the entirety of Counter-Strike right now. But, you know, Icy gets his blind kill. He falls away. He has to fall away. They retain the 5v4. Icy doesn't go crazy and peek again. No one else goes crazy and peeks again. But they fall back so quickly off of that opening pick and allow Heroic so much space that Kixan can just get into CT and deal with the first point of contact a lot quicker than Cloud9 were expecting. And their donut rotation just got balked by utility. Completely snookered Cloud9 right now. They need some individual prowess. And Boomich is going to try and put that into practice with that MP9. Gets a 1-for-1 at least.
Ooh, tough for Nerds. We'll go down trying to get aggressive. Flash comes in. Effective onto 1, but yeah, they're not ready for Inters. Got to get this trade, though. Tesses. Nade. Softens Axel up, but the smoke hides him completely. Oh, my. Houdini. Axile does manage to get that frag somehow. I thought surely he would go down. Would have been a 2v2 right now, but as it is, 1v3. And Dexter, he does not like his chances. Not too many options available for him. He's just going to have to maybe try and go. They've got money, right? I don't think saving here would be a good choice. Just a bit overkill, but there are some players in the world that might do so. However, it's going quite well for him here. It is going quite well for him. They've backed off. They're unsure. Starve of information. It always works. Cloud9 a little panicked. They absolutely need this one.
Dexter has an opportunity. There is a world here. Got a smoke. Can right-click that onto the site. Got a flash to help as well. Obviously, a right-click smoke in that position can facilitate a plant, but Heavy Dog might just put a few bullets through it. That's the main problem, and it's not just a few bullets. He puts the entire clip through it, and Dexter will drop. Important one for Cloud9, but they're going to have to recover the end of this first half the hard way and break through this heroic money. I think it was kind of wild, as you say, in mid. Axel managing to get away with one more. It's actually the nade from Heroic that almost killed Axile, which in the end killed Heroic, because nade smoke, as you pointed out, completely covered Axile. An amusing moment that gives Cloud9 a little bit of fortune to maybe work their way back into this half. And Axile in mid, all the flashes are super good. Nertz is just stuck behind back box, can't see a thing. And Axile deals with it all with the help of Boomich.
Shush left alone then. Completely. Cloud9 have turned an absolute corner here, it would feel, towards the tail end of the half. Really impressive. What more is there to do here? Shush just
for Axel,
waiting.
right?
Yeah,
So,
I mean, for sure.
Get frags on the board again. Seems like that role change is working great for him.
Yeah, man. I'll continue, bringing the hype and singing the praises of the guy. We really do want this team to work. I think some fantastic players, some legendary players within this team. And then also a nice combination of new blood as well. So there's a lot of excitement surrounding Cloud9. It's just a case of whether they can translate it into those bigger games. You know what I mean? They really did get rolled by Pain
Very true.
in the showdown. So when it comes to some slightly higher stakes, some slightly more consistent competition, they've not been looking as good. Boomich to find the frag. Ditches the AWP, takes the AK. Looking to even things up here at the tail end of the half.
Yeah, I can't can't take the results of away of teams like Pain, with how incredible Big Uzera makes that team look on a regular basis, and of course OG against Heroic. OG once again try finding their way to somehow look good in a blast event. It seems like they always pop up somehow, don't they? Of course with Crizin from Mouse NXT, OG of course are in this qualifier as well. Alongside Buzz, of course, currently on trial, and seems like Crizin has already revamped that OG roster somewhat, giving them some quick success. He was destined for a little bit of a promotion, I think, Crizin, for sure. Good to see that OG have something working for them at least, because they've been kind of specialists in mid for a long time. But we'll have to see. And in this one, Cloud9 have a little bit of a battle toward the end of the half. Axel once again getting a nice 2-piece toward the bottom of mid there. Getting himself in the action, in the midst of the madness. And question remains whether it's going to be a even half or a 7-5 as Heroic look to set up some mid flashes.
Burst their way out, try and overwhelm here. No one on the other side of it at the moment, and maybe waiting on another flash to come in. It will force that donut player back, so we've got the control. Ooh, and Axel with a dry old swing. Felt like maybe he had to fight his way out there. Maybe catch one with nades in hand, not going to happen. Thankfully, Boomich, with an aggressive ramp play, he's managed to find himself a kill. Icy ready and waiting here. Thinking about a boost, maybe. Molotov will not spread. Really thinks there's going to be a boost. Shadow spotted, for instance. Another one for him on the cards. He will take it. The AWP shot just straight past his ear. Really damn close, but he manages to survive it out, and Cloud9 looking set to get another.
Oh, no, that's a unlikely duel to win now, but up against that sort of angle from Boomich. But 19 HP, Kixan alongside him. They need a headshot from somewhere with 40 seconds, and the positioning of Cloud9 you'd think is just way too good. With the bomb in their possession, and there we go. It's going to be all down to Kixan, as Icy is holding the right angle. Even Stevens at half. See you in a minute.
Welcome back in, everybody. We are just on a little bit of a tech here, maybe. But the game, indeed, getting going pretty quickly. So, yeah, just taking a second to get back in, I suppose. Making sure they're all ready to go, but no waiting at all. Either way, even Stevens here. So this is an interesting one. I think it is safe to say, Trav, because Heroic, they really looked like they were going to run away with things after losing out on the pistol. But Cloud9 managed to dig a bit deep, and they found some really decisive rounds as well. So they are capable, but as you've mentioned for us, CT side is what they're about. T side is where they tend to struggle. So have they given themselves enough room is the big question.
Let's see. As you rightly point out, it's going to be tough, I think. The one thing that I am slightly concerned about, of course, is Heroic do need Shush and Dexter. T-side they had kind of Nerds doing a lot of it, so Dexter and Shush don't deliver on CT, then Cloud9 have a path back in. Utility will be raining in, and so will the frag. Sixan just clicks that smoke. Gets himself 2 kills in the end from doing exactly that. And Icy, he's seeing ghosts right now. There's so many players around him, and he just can't isolate a singular duel. It must be so frustrating for him. Can he finally get a kill, or is he just going to continue to get tapped in the side? I think that is going to be the latter. He gets 2 in the end. Fair play to him. The Heavy God's caught in the open, and his Shush will pounce. As soon as Kicksan gets 2 through the corner of that smoke, you kind of feel, yeah, that's not working for C9.
Yeah, very, very tough. I think it is, again, another sort of safe to say moment that they absolutely needed to get that pistol on the board. Really hard for them to now try and recover things, especially without a bomb plant, I would say. So, yeah, they are up against the wall. Really got to perform quickly once that first rifle round rolls around. Meanwhile, in the same vein, you have a few Heroic players kind of being a bit cheeky here. Dexter out on the Julies. There is an MP9 in play as well, despite what looks to be an early rifle buy. So there is space for Cloud9 to beat the bonus, and I think that would be a really big deal for them if they can keep this neck and neck.
Tesla's just checking mid, letting Nerds know what's coming. How many does he get? It's actually only 1. Axel with the Glock gets 1. Intez with the Glock gets 1. Shush needs to make sure he doesn't go down here. It's very unlikely, but they are going to double face, and thankfully for Shush, they double face at a nice timing for him, so he can just spray both of them down. No worries in the end. Getting 2 kills for Cloud9, I would say, is probably the ultimate success on a round with that sort of investment. Now the AKs can come out. 6 to 8. We know they struggle on T-side on this map. In the 4 maps we've seen from them on this Ancient, they have not looked too hot. Of course, maybe it deserves to be spoken about the Decider. That is a map of Mirage, of course, where they have been looking very good. So what goes around comes around. We'll have to see if Heroic can finish this one off. But Cloud9's first investment has enough utility to facilitate some form of strategy.
Enters with the A main control. Just grabbing it at the moment, not really doing anything with it. More of a mid moment. Yeah, that's what Axel was waiting for. Trying to draw attention his way. He's eating a lot to do so. He will eventually smoke off the red room. What are they going to do with it, though? Of course, it's late and slow and really hard fought mid control for Cloud9. But like I say, it has to result in something.
Appreciate the patience from both teams on this round. They know the first gun round is so important. Heroic, of course, the bonus investment. Oh, it's awkward. But Axile, when you see an enemy, you have to shoot no matter who's in the way. Takes Heavy God down with him. And, of course, Axile 2 HP from all that. So it probably is even more painful. He has not really got a part to play in this round now, you kind of feel like. But Heroic have now got no utility left themselves whatsoever. This one flash and one Molotov from Icy could still cause problems. British is creeping through, and he will catch Kicksan. Nertz gets 1, and he gets 2. That's huge, and Inters can't complete the kill on the flanking Dexter. It's taken him so long to take that one, and Dexter then reacts to take it back. It's Boomich in a 1 versus 1 after he gets a second for himself. Now, where does he reposition? Dexter's gone to the rifle to make this clutch look a little bit easier for him, knowing that Boomich is at least half HP, if not lower. Boomich has won many clutches I've seen on this new edition of Cloud9. Dexter, first tap, and Boomich is going to choose to reface right now. Dexter's looking at the right position, but Boomich makes it happen. Triple kill clutch to get Cloud9 the opening gun round.
There he is, the boss man once again, taking over the round. And that is big. That is really, really big. An absolute mess. I don't know what has happened in that sort of particular 3v2, 2v2 type situation as well. Fights going on all over the shop. A lot of split players, a lot of 1v1s. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, man. But back with a vengeance on the Cloud9 side. And as I say, a huge moment for them to take. And the ramifications of that certainly felt, as Heroic will have to call a timeout. And they partially call it to talk over the money, because it is all over the place. What are we doing? Are we buying? Are we ecoing? And it does indeed seem that they are going to buy, but I would imagine there is some chatter over what to do, how to stem this tide that is on the way. Cloud9 about to indeed roll them over if this wave gets any bigger.
Can confirm that Eternal Fire have beaten Bait. That will drop Bait into the lower bracket of this tournament and take Eternal Fire to the next round of the upper bracket, which of course Cloud9 or Heroic.
That is also hella fast. That is so fast. Really quick series coming out there. Really quick moves in towards mid here, though, it would seem. Maxile has managed to slip the net. Splits the difference, gets in between two. He's not quite noticed that he's in between two, but all the same, looking good. Great hold. Tesses just really banking on the fact that there's potentially nobody out at shelf. Bomb going to go down. It's disastrous from Heroic here, safe to say.
Both those two kills kind of just came in the side and in the back, right? They never got a chance to see their demise firsthand. Inters gives Heroic a little bit of taste of their own medicine from how much work Nerds did from that particular angle. And sure, she's off to save. Axel just making an individual player mid with the help of some utility. All the noise of the smokes blooming, the nades flying in, the flashes popping. Meant the Heroic just had no idea he'd, as you rightly said, slipped the net. And that just made everything fall apart for Heroic. Caused Tesses to have to back up through the Jaguar smoke. It looks very silly the way he dies, to be fair, against Heavy God. But he had to make a move at some point. Just made his move maybe at the wrong time. And Cloud9 are going to be rewarded with a low investment round from their opponents themselves. And a chance to retake the lead once again. And yeah, if we do get Cloud9 versus Eternal Fire in that next round, which is currently looking the most likely, even though we know Cloud9 aren't the best on T-sub on this map, I think that will be a barn burner. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, man. It's a pretty stacked qualifier, I have to be honest. And I am all here for it, you know. This is surely what's coming into next year, that the qualifiers are going to look just like this. Few invited teams to each tournament, but an awful lot. And it will change, it will fluctuate in terms of who's getting the invites, who's getting the qualifications. So, nades over. Ooh, okay. Okay.
That's number 3,
Nades,
I think.
Nades not over. Yeah, that's a little whoopsie. No jump in there, my guy. No jump in there. I don't think that one would be a jump throw, so that's just bad positioning, potentially. USB's trying to overwhelm. Shoosh brings up the rear with the M4 here. Good for one. Maybe another one on the cards as well. It is definitely possible if he keeps this rolling, because there's some really low HP players, but he's also low. So he doesn't have that confidence to go swinging. They're even faking him out because they are that nervy about their HP bars.
Yeah. Got to take everything with caution. With an extra little bit of pinch of salt, perhaps, just to make sure you complete these successfully and with enough players alive.
Do you want to know where that phrase comes from? I learned from an Instagram reel. See, they say these reels, man, they say they're bad. Yeah, pinch of salt. Do you know where it's from? Okay, so essentially, back in the days, you know, like 1800s or whatever, there was a bit of a snake oil merchant who was like, here's a remedy for it's like a poison or something. Might even have been, you know, a venomous animal type thing. And what it was is he would give you the thing, and then all you had to do, the only instruction for it was to add a pinch of salt.
Okay.
And then it turns out it didn't work at all, right? It was just BS, for want of a better phrase. It was just like he just put a bunch of random stuff together, completely made up. And then, of course, you know, pinch of salt is take it with some caution. So, yeah, just be cynical, I suppose, is maybe what the phrase pinch of salt means. And that's kind of where it comes from, is because it was the only instruction on this vial that the man gave me. And, yeah.
Incredible
It might even have been
scenes.
for something like, you know, the plague or smallpox or some major disease, malaria, you know, whatever. And it just didn't work. So I think
Well-
everyone was buying it at one point.
Well, you learn something new every day. I do appreciate that. Unfortunately, for Cloud9, they're learning that this round is going to be quite difficult. They've already lost a pick in mid. You saw that Axel only got one back towards Merchant. Tessez keeps looking. Oh, I was going to say, if Tessez keeps looking, there's a chance that Heavy God could get a recovery kill to bring it back into an even standpoint. Is it one of those sort of pushes from the CT side where you're like, is it necessary? You're a man up 4v3 and you're pushing down toward B lane. Seems like it's something that doesn't need to be done necessarily, but Tessez wins it out this time. And unfortunately for C9, IC and Inters are quite split up here. They can team up together. We've still got 45 seconds to sort out this round. We've got Degster in toward Donut and Shush behind the box on site. And right now, I think it's fair to say that Heroic have positioned themselves absolutely perfectly just to try and at least guarantee a 1-for-1 on the last two players if they go pushing in, which is looking less and less likely, it's fair to say. IC is now finally coming up to join Inters. It's going to be down to whether IC can win a duel straight up, but Heroic is just not giving them anything. And now he's watching the flank in the 15 seconds. That answers my question. It will be a save. And Heroic are going to even us up once again. This game has got legs.
It does indeed, sir. There it is. Ticks over. Heroic get their round. And Cloud9 do get their save, which actually will have a massive effect into this next round. Even with the loss bonus, those two players potentially would have struggled to buy. Icy especially. So, really big deal. Keep that AWP, right? And it allows Cloud9 to fight back here in round number 19. And this is going to be your most important round of the series thus far. Particularly if your name is Heroic. They have to get this one on the board. They cannot allow Cloud9 to get the immediate reset.
Yeah. Heroic needs some success. Some poor results. I don't know if we try and keep them on that stretch of form, but the battle back from Heroic has been pretty good. Heroic need to give their social media managers some content, because right now there's none. So far, it's looking like there's something to work with here, because Nertz has got the first, and he's performing admirably on this map of Ancient. Boomich is forced forward by the utility, but let's get spammed down straight through it. And he might take Boomich as well. He absolutely does. Tessez helps out for that one. And Cloud9 play dangerous games behind that utility to try and get a pick back from a 4v5. And it's not going to work out for them. Inters may find one more. And Tessez isn't expecting Heavy God in toward Jaguar. That's a mistake. And that means the bomb might be able to be retrieved now with that Molotov in toward the entrance of Cave. So, 2v3. Heroic, be careful, boys.
Yeah, they do have to be careful. Heavy God. Smoke down. Try and allow a bit of a cross in. Draw some attention, maybe. 30 seconds. Definitely is doable. Big old flash to allow Heavy God in. Bomb plant going to come through. No chance to stop that. You just have to be a bit careful. And now a play has to be made, right? Inside the smoke goes one. Heavy God holding, guarding his man. This could be a nice setup. If Heavy God can find one, and they attempt to trade him, or this could be really clean, or maybe, you know, Heavy God could just find them all. That works too. Dexter down to the 1 versus 2. Absolutely massive moment here. A little nervy, though, the no-scope. Maybe meant to kind of scope in a little bit there, I would imagine. I don't know what he's no-scoping at. Either way, he is out, and Cloud9 get 10 against the odds. From the jaws of defeat, they are maybe going to snatch the victory here, Trav.
I think, yeah, there's so many little micro mistakes from Heroic in that round that you can talk about that has contributed to Cloud9 finding a way back. That's one that Heroic will watch back in the demo and be disgusted with. Wanting to push forward into Jaguar to keep control of the bomb. Gifting Heavy God one more kill back in return. And then, to be fair to Cloud9, they play it really well. They do it to the best of their ability with that setup, like you say, with Inters close in the smoke. Heavy God playing from range. 2 headshots from Heavy God. Inters didn't even need to help in the end. And Cloud9 find an unlikely 10th. If they're to compound it now with an 11th, Heroic would have no money to prevent Cloud9 reaching match point. Huge one to take for C9. Even the retake from Heroic was a little bit poorly managed as well. The fact they kind of just went a little bit one by one toward the right. Playing behind that smoke. Heavy God had to hit the shots, sure. But didn't really go together.
Flashes over the top. Quick burst comes around. Cloud9. What else? The pace change. Shoot. Going to be Molotov's out of position. Finished immediately. Down goes another. And their hopes of this map might just be slipping away. Heroic were so comfortable, so confident. Even us, we were confident in them too. Maybe that overbearing emotion might just be their downfall. It is the save. It is your only option, guys. But it sucks. 11 now for Cloud9. It is not quite over just yet, but it is beginning to be.
Yeah. Heroic just have to save, otherwise they, as I said, they would have nothing to prevent Cloud9 from reaching match point. Great call from Cloud9, I've got to say. We know the A bomb site is very often a site you can go toward and get yourself some control quite easily. Heavy God gets his opportunity to get his way into it and gets himself 2 entries, just going straight up against the donut player as well, taking matters into his own hands. Heavy God has been Heavy Goat in the last 2 rounds especially. And Heroic are caught surprised and shocked by this turnaround in the most important stage of the match for them, trying to take it to a 3rd. If we do get to a 3rd from here, they'll be delighted from this position. I know Cloud9 are very good on Mirage, but C9 could just get this one done in 2 here. On a map where they have not had good results. Not been one of the ones they've loved to go toward with this new iteration of their roster. But current Heroic, well, they are struggling, to put it lightly, in recent times. They need to find a way to make this save happen for a successful round to get themselves up to double digits and keep this game close. Otherwise, Cloud9 have a date with Eternal Fire just a few rounds away.
All right, let's see. Kicks in on the aggressive move. Oh, his teammate goes down. He has to find this now, and I think they know what's up. I think they recognize the look that this guy is not just solo swinging. Why the hell would he do that? There's got to be some support. Really well read from Cloud9 to not just go flying in after that first kill. It was all a trap.
Yeah.
And they pull back. So trap not sprung, and it's now man advantage, C9.
Some really smart moves from Cloud9 on this T side. As we said, maybe they've put a lot of work into this to improve their T side, because that's where they've really struggled lately. And yeah, I think this has been a big improvement. Sure, you could say it's only Heroic at this point even, but it's a good gauge to see where they're at. And once again, the A bomb site is coming under siege. Inters pushing forward, look good in this map, should find an entry, absolutely will. Boomich helps out towards Gixan. Dexter has had 0 impact in this map whatsoever. Nothing to do for him, and once again he's locked out of even going for this. He was miles away alongside Tessez. Cloud9 looking just a lot better over the series, and those 2 rounds from Heavy God has completely turned the momentum.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's wild. It is wild. I mean, it's maybe why they picked him up as well. You can immediately sort of feel from a player like Heavy God, and having met the guy, he's definitely like this as well. A very brave kind of player, very confident. You know, there's a couple of rounds in here on this map in particular. They're already a map up, right, where it feels like, okay, this is where a lot of teams will just say that Heavy Gods may be involved in that situation, in that clutch attempt, and they go for it. And sometimes they pulled off damage, sometimes not. And on the T side, you've seen the impact that he can have, where you can dictate the fights a bit more, where you're the one planting the bomb, right? It's difficult on the retakes, but on that T side, I think it can have an effect. So we're seeing the impact of Heavy God here for this Cloud9 team, and I think he could format, if he can get the mechanics alongside where his confidence is at, he could format into one of the great T-side riflers.
Yeah, I mean, he showed that on OG, didn't he? Without a shadow of a doubt. Boom is trying to just end the game here and now. That's a bit aggressive, going through utility up against Kicksan. Will get taken down. There's only 3 in a row needed for Heroic. These MR12 games can have comebacks come at you thick and fast. But yeah, I think Cloud9 needed a player like Heavy God, willing to take initiative, willing to be assertive nearly all the time, knowing when to be as well, and when not to be still. Especially when you've got players like Inters and like IC who'd be maybe a bit more turret-like as a rifler, sort of defensive rifler, support rifler, and AWPer. Axel has returned to form, of course, in the roles that were somewhat taken up by Electronic. He's freed up again, and his numbers are freed up again. So it's good signs. There are good signs here. And Cloud9 getting through to the RMR itself. It's going to be a long road to get to the Major itself. But getting through 3-0 in the madness that is Tier 2 Counter-Strike in stacked close qualifiers is a really good sign. Close wins over Passion UA, of course. Big fan of Passion UA, but only just scraped by them. And they scraped by 9 Pandas as well to make the RMR. Really good signs to win those close maps. 13-11, both of those. They'd get destroyed on map 2, 13-1, but forgive them if they can grind out series. Axel, he might go past Incendio. You know how bad Incendiaries can be. He's got so much space to work with, and the round could spiral. Tessa's behind the corner. 9 seconds, they're going to have to go. Heavy God hits the entry, and Axel can commit to the blast.
Oh my, it's still a mess though of bullets. Big one from Icy. Big one. Needed to win that fight. That might just lock it in, to be honest with you. Dexter is incredibly low. Shush is really going to have to do the heavy lifting here, and there is, unfortunately, a lack of information. Kit available. Creep forwards. Hero needed. 2 of them stacked on top of each other. What an angle from Inters. Not going to be expected ever. And Cloud9 have indeed done it. The unlikely map of Ancient is snatched away. So a really, really keen showing from them to get the 2-0 Trav. Maybe expecting them to take it overall, in my opinion, but yeah, felt like it should have been a 2-1. Not the case here. Heroic, it's tough. There's some really, really messy rounds in there from them, unfortunately, and I think that, you know, there is something a little bit awry within this squad.
Yeah, that was just did not look fun at all. I mean, the one round that's really they're gonna look back on and say, why on earth have we done that, is Tessa's pushing into Jaguar to try and keep control of the bomb. Heavy God getting that kill, not expecting Heavy God to be there. Tessa's apparently facilitates with that one flash to get Heavy God onto the site, plant the bomb, play off of Inters, and use his individual prowess to the best of his ability, and that just kick streak that streak for Cloud9. And yeah, Heroic looking very, very poor. Even that round where they had an advantage to work with for so long in the round, Cloud9 set themselves up. Axel sees the angle, sees the gap past the Incendiary, and you can kind of feel like when he sees a gap to go for, like the classic Ayrton Senna quote from back in the day, you go for it if you're an entry fragger. So great stuff from Axel, great stuff from Cloud9, and they have a date with Eternal Fire in the next round. We'll be there for that game. Next one up, of course, in the upper bracket. Heroic have to battle against Bait later on this evening as well. We're going to go to a bit of an extended break before that Eternal Fire Cloud9 game gets underway. Should be exciting. We'll see you there for it.
Don't give up on us. Don't give up on love. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on love. Hold me down tear. Oh, my head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality, satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down.
to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. If I stay locked in the half-life, but you
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in,
can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. Oh, my head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise to me. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise to me. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly without a sound, and I will rise, rise, and I will fly, fly. Rise, fly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in after our extended breaks. The IEM Rio qualifiers, of course, continuing on here. We follow on in that upper bracket, Cloud9, with a 2-0 victory against Heroic a little bit earlier on, and now they'll be facing off against Eternal Fire. Let's have a little check-in with the bracket here, Trav. Gives us something, I think, to talk over, right? Just because there hopefully should be a lot of interesting games here, a lot of storylines going, a few quick ones in places as well. I think really made a difference across the course of the day. And yeah, today is that stacked day, you know what I mean, where there's so many games going on.
Yeah, and it's been very interesting to see some of the results, of course, that have come through over the course of the first few matches. Yeah, I think probably the most surprising one, even though it's not really a surprise anymore in a way, is how Fnatic kind of found a way to lose against 3D Max. That was a third map, 13-11. 3D Max managing to get through that one against Fnatic. And I think Fnatic also, on map 1, yes, I'm just checking it right now.
Yeah.
On Ancient, Fnatic had an 8-4 lead. And then lost the second half to a 9-1 T side to 3D Max, and they just won 13-9. So kind of crazy, and 3D Max in the end did come through with that result and get a match up against Falcons, with them beating off OG, of course, and then OG lower bracket against Fnatic. Don't really know what is going to go down there. That could be anyone's matchup. And the other upper bracket matchup, of course, this one we're going to have right here, Eternal Fire versus Cloud9. First matchup that these two have had against each other since Cloud9's new roster got put together. And Eternal Fire, always fun to watch, and seemingly after what we saw against Heroic, Cloud9 are also very fun to watch at their individual level at the moment. So I think this one could be really good.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think for me, there should be a lot of potential behind this, I think, for both teams, really. We've obviously seen Cloud9 earlier on today, and maybe there's a bit of bias there just with how they looked, and indeed the fact that they took it in 2. We thought that it was going to go to 3, everybody firing on all cylinders, Boomich having a great game and a great time. So very, very curious, I think, in that sense, to see whether Cloud9 can keep that sort of form up. But Eternal Fire becoming one of these gatekeeper teams actually for this sort of level, you know what I mean? They obviously are entering in and playing a lot of lands, maybe not finding the most amount of success there, but still, you know, looking relatively decent. Unfortunately, Cologne play-ins did not go as planned, I believe, checking out in that 13th to 16th spot, not picking up a victory. So ultimately, they wanted to do better there, but again, getting it qualified into Cologne, still a good look for them, I think it is safe to say. So yeah, I'm very curious to see what Eternal Fire can bring. These types of games, though, these types of qualifiers, this is their bread and butter at the moment. You know, when they're playing at home, when they're playing in a comfortable environment, because we have to note, not playing at home at the moment. But yeah, when they're playing in a comfortable environment, I think really quite interesting to see what sorts of results they can pull off. It is just translating that into LAN at the moment for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I've been a big enjoyer and a big fan of this Eternal Fire roster. You know, once they finally found a formula that really worked with Bricadia, they stuck with it, and obviously it looked incredible in the Copenhagen Major. Since then, you're right. They probably wanted to push on and become, you know, a playoff team in every big S-tier event. Now they're kind of just a gatekeeper, and, you know, where do they go from here, right? We need that next step from them. We want that next step from them. And to maybe get a couple of trophies under their belt. But they have been a little bit off in terms of form lately. As you say, while they do have a good base floor level, not making it through the Cologne play-in is obviously a huge disappointment. I think that game against the Mongols was the most notable one there, that 2-1 loss, which was had to have been a massive disappointment. As you say, playing in the Dacia event right now, I'm pretty sure they'll probably be playing this from their Prac, Room or LAN or whatever. At that event. So it should be really interesting to see if they can continue a good level, because they beat Bait, sure, in the first round. Don't get me wrong, I like Bait as a team, but they should be beating Bait as they beat them every day of the week like that. So good sign that they came through that one so comfortably. Now it's a completely different test against a completely different team. And I think we can have a quick chat about the veto now, of course, because we've just got that come through. And it actually really does read like a close 2-1, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. It should ultimately, for me, end up in that kind of arena. I think that, while I just sort of find the veto here, no graphic, unfortunately. But yeah, so we get Mirage, Vertigo, and Anubis. Indeed, it does feel like there should be a pretty close showing on that. The Mirage coming out early this time around for Cloud9 is obviously a pretty big difference, you know. So I think that will obviously help them out, help their campaign out, and indeed give them a bit of confidence. But at the moment, there is a little bit of emergency, as it were, from the side of Eternal Fire. That Vertigo, not a lot of teams like playing it. Kind of interesting to see them pick that in this series, actually. To be honest with you, they also have maybe not been playing it as much, but trying to work it into the repertoire, I suppose, get that deep map pool going. Maybe it is an area that they want to feel confident in, but no waiting around, no questioning here, Trav. We are indeed into the action, sir.
Let's go. I'm really looking forward to this one. It's not just because it's a first-time matchup between these two, but I just feel like it's got the ingredients for a bit of a barn burner, a bit of an exciting battle. And Cloud9 have a home for map 1, as you say. Mirage has been one of their most successful maps with this new roster. They're grinding out in the RMR qualifiers against some of the best in Tier 2, like 9 Pandas and Passion UA, for example, and even showing well on it in some of their first ever matchups with this roster, of course, in the last events, like against San State, match in particular, I believe that 16-14 was particularly exciting. Icy needs to answer back after losing the first point to Xantares, but lots of headshots are coming through. Xantares low from his opening duel, and Calix still dancing around the bench, but that is going to be more than enough. 2 lovely headshots from him, and then Wicadia pops up to help out. So Cloud9 go for a bit of a fast mid to B, gets cancelled straight away.
Yeah, trying something indeed very, very quick, and maybe even, you might argue, a bit cheeky in places, but not able to make it work. So could get scary here, right? This is one of the difficulties, and maybe what they're trying to veer away from, working on other maps like Dust 2. The Mirage is that baseline map for a lot of teams. You know, everybody knows how to play this to a certain extent. Some days it's going to go really well. Some days it might go a bit rougher if you are one of those teams that's less consistent on it. But ultimately, this is always a risk in my eyes, and especially, again, in the qualifiers against these teams that, although maybe not at the moment, but Eternal Fire will have a history of absolutely grinding out the games. So, you know, it feels very, very risky in my eyes to have this as your solid map, and it might work at the higher level, but you're not quite at the higher level yet. So Decider in the previous series, that makes a bit more sense in my eyes. Looking good here towards middle. I think any damage is going to be good damage. As we always say, if the Glocks can get any more, they will be happy here. Take some rifles out especially.
So much damage though, and MP9s are going to be wanting to probably push for those. Come on, Woxic, press W, he's 3 HP. No, you want to. He's going to do exactly that. So will go down. And if he wants to, he could even drop that MP9 and go straight for the AWP in this 3rd round. See if he plays a bonus first. I think he might. We'll see. Yeah, he will go for the AWP, so good to see. Cloud9 first investment coming in. We need to see some more of that performance we saw against Heroic earlier today. Don't get me wrong, Heroic are a bit of a mess right now. They're all over the place. But it's good to see that Cloud9 are able to overcome a team like Heroic as comfortably as they did in the end. Fast mid in the following round, and once again Xantares will get an opening. Hopping around in window, as you can see, looking to find more gaps in that position, and still gets away with full health intact somehow, and Eternal Fire will retain the 5v4.
Yeah, just about. Good mid presence here, I would say, from Eternal Fire. I think they'll be pretty satisfied with the control that they've managed to bag. Just ultimately a question of whether they can keep it here. What is that Cloud9 response going to look like? And again, you know, this is to be the map that you have picked into, fellas. Prove to us why it is indeed one of your favorites at this point. So these are the types of rounds where you sort of set to prove yourself, as it were.
Yeah, this is, I would say, Cloud9's arguably biggest test. Sure, they've already played against, as I said, the likes of FaZe and Blast, and you know, they took them very close, 16-14, a promising performances on their debut. But qualifying for events like Rio is where they know they should be, and being in the playoffs for events like that is where they know they should be. So these are the really tough games to have to grind out, like you say, and Arcadia steps forward once again, and from Catwalk, he's been an absolute menace so far in this game, and we're only 3 rounds in. Another triple for Arcadia. Eternal Fire trying to show their assertiveness early game here over Cloud9.
Yeah, I think certainly should be a good showing in that sense. Again, they come through as one of those sort of favourite teams for me in the realms of the aggressive games. I think that is definitely what we're going to get an awful lot of here. But it is a challenge to say whether, again, that consistency will continue for Cloud9. They look good earlier on. Eternal Fire, though, always different gravy. And, I mean, as you spoke about, Heroic have these kind of issues going on. It's clear with, like, some individuality and whatnot that seems to be just sort of creeping in. There's not as much sort of team play at the moment. Eternal Fire, the complete opposite of that. Axile, early opener for him. Boxic out with the AWP, however, will continue locking things in, and there you are. The rest of the team starts to get into the fights here. Nice and confident. Just going to be down to Icy. Nothing he can find.
Eternal Fire will be warmed up for sure on Mirage. That's the map they beat Bait on earlier today, 13-2. So, even though Eternal Fire, it's not a map they love to go to all that often. They've only played it 3 times recently, including that one today. Played it against Aurora, of course, in Dacia. They lost that one in overtime. Played it against the Mongols in the Clone play, and that's one of the maps they lost in that all-important matchup, 13-8. It's not their absolute favourite, which is why I kind of favoured Cloud9 to maybe take this one and perhaps almost guarantee at least a chance at a third. Because Cloud9 do like Mirage, but you're right, you made a good point about it's always a bit risky to having Mirage as a kind of a lock. Can't be a lock sometimes when it's so commonly played. Arcadia is cheeky around the smoke, bottom con. He manages to find one more. Inters will get one in return to retain the man advantage, which is the most important thing. Bomb is still T-spawn. They need to go and pick that back up. And Eternal Fire are splitting Calyx and Major here, just hoping one of them can get a 2-for-1 and set up the other for a 1v1 at least.
Yeah, it would be nice. Just hanging about at this point. Smoke over the top. Will give the game away, of course. So just a slow roll in. Adja sort of hidden away at the back pillar. I do like this idea. I like this positioning as well. Going to allow them in. And, it's not a million miles away to think that they are stacking out. But Axel, he checks all his angles. Bit of a rushed bomb plant from Inters, maybe. Calyx left alone. It's a quick flank here. It is a very quick flank indeed. He could go unchecked. He could sort of go overchecked initially. And then they decide that there's no one coming in on the flank. Heavy God just sort of playing around for all different permutations and a quick step from Calyx. He's got to check his angles nicely here, and he doesn't. Position given away. Easy find.
That's a frustrating sound cue to make there for Calyx, because he'd shifted the whole way and then just unshifts for a split second. Sometimes you make a sound cue quicker than you actually think you're going to when you just step forward like that without keeping hold of that shift key, and that reveals all. He also didn't have a kit either. I think there probably would have been more on the site to pick up, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah, not going to happen for Calyx. Cloud9 get off the mark, and well thought out and well worked out. It's one of the things with this Cloud9 roster that I've seen from them in the games they've played, even discounting the impressive win against Heroic earlier, that I do think they path their way through to success in some of these tight, confusing rounds that are a bit of madness, perhaps, quite well. I think their mid-rounding is really not that bad. And for a team that's, brand new, that's sometimes the thing that can be the hardest to achieve so quickly, sort of long-term. So they're set up well. Arguably, you'd expect, Eternal Fire to win this game. They should just take this one comfortably, you'd think, of ranking and experience playing together. But it's not exactly how this series will probably go, you would think, going on current form. So, good start to get that first round on the board for Cloud9, but Eternal Fire will be back on the bye. Only Arcadia with residual cash, though. So, Cloud9 chance to break it here.
Yeah, could do a decent job. Calyx up close. Can take the initial fight. A member of this team that I think a lot of people point fingers towards when they have their tough games, and he's going to get melted. Easy pickups here for Heavy God on the double entry. That might just be an immediate save move if they cannot recover things back. Nothing coming through the smokes, but it is Cloud9 making the play into Zantares here. Oh, that's so damn close, you know. One more bullet in it. Unfortunate for Zantares. Might just have been their only hope.
Yeah, that was a great chance there. Inters was quite well to trade it in the end. If that HE doesn't touch down, which it won't, that's absolutely made up the minds of Eternal Fire. I think their minds were made up anyway, to be honest. That's not the first time you're going to see Heavy God just get an important double kill in a round like this, which changes the state of the round and secures something pretty much single-handedly. Says we'll go down to the bomb, and a lot of damage taken by Boomich and Icy, but they're not at risk of any exit positions by Wicadia or Major. It still feels like, don't get me wrong, people have been saying Major for a long time in the biggest tournaments in the world. It still feels so wrong for me to cast Major and say Major, but there we are, that's life.
Yeah, I know, it's true. I think it's just because it's that sort of French angle, isn't it?
I know, yeah.
You know, so it's one of those, man. It depends on how you want to be. But listen, we were... I'll maybe hold the point, because we have just seen the orb of Major come at large.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes. Problematic. Wicadia. Nice find. This is looking very, very good indeed. He's going to try and press the attack and also dip away. Major on the orb is a menace. Absolutely wonderful round from him. Leaves Inters and Icy with it all to do. And yeah, while we have a break in here, I will say, you know, when we had our boys Sword doing well, we got a Rosdosh, right? That's kind of what we say, because I think we know it, and it's sweet rice in Portuguese, all this kind of stuff, you know. So we've done a bit of the research there, as is our due diligence. And then some of the sort of tier 1 commentators never casted this guy ever, you know, at least this deep into a tournament, and they're, you know, Arrows Dosh and all this, you know, like,
there are so many,
I don't know, different ways of saying it, basically, which is fine, and it's still like an effort being made, but it's one of those things where it's like, well, it's not quite perfect, you know. And every time I heard one that was like way off, I was like, that's not how you say it, you know. So it's one of those, isn't it? I think we have to pay the players the respect. Some of them not bothered. Flamesy, that seems interchangeable. Some of them are quite bothered. Zipnix, Zipex. Listen, man, Zipex might be how you say it. Zipnix sounds way better. So, you know, it's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those.
Yeah, true. And it's also the case that, you know, you mentioned Major. I mean, I've been casting Major since he was pre-Sangal. Like, obviously he's existed since the Space Soldiers days. We know that. He's played for years and years, back in 1.6, of course. But yeah, I first cast him when he was in Sangal with Paz and Imor and all the others, of course. And they tried to make Sangal a force with a full Turkish team. Never really worked out. Now their EU mix is looking absolutely superb. Still with Turkish blood, of course. Xfloud and Jota. Xfloud formerly of the main Eternal Fire team, and Jota formerly of Eternal Fire's Academy. That current Sangal is looking... you wouldn't expect, when you're looking at that composition of players, looking truly incredible right now.
Yeah, we like him. Do like him.
But yeah, Major is what I'll try and force myself to remember now. After so many years of saying Major. And that round for Cloud9 in the previous, it just deserves to be mentioned quickly. Really frustrating, as Icy just misses that shot. Really frustrating that Cloud9 kind of walked their way into the two only guns on the Eternal Fire side. The Orb of Major and the Rifle of Wicadia. So, awkward for Cloud9 in that one. Boomich just avoiding the molly behind the top mid boxes. With 22 HP to spare. Rough start in this series for Boomich. 0 and 6 thus far and low. But at least Cloud9 don't lose a body in this early mid-fight this time.
Just sending that utility here in the early stage. Looking to roll their way forwards and hopefully close this gap. It's a challenge, however, unfortunately. There's not an awful lot that Cloud9 can do to regain their control. So just hoping to get away with things, yeah. And Wicadia, unfortunately, I believe he was boosted up there, ready. Maja kind of smoked off by his own teammate. Little bit of an autopilot there. Quick one from Heavy God, though. Threading the needle in the middle of the round, in the middle of the map. Boomich, AWPer extraordinaire, of course, strikes at the opportunity to take up. Icy's AWP, that nade's not quite done its job. Super inconsistent, of course, those blowouts. Meanwhile, Wicadia low HP on the site, as is Maja. This could get messy, but Wicadia might get overlooked, you know. I think they're aware that he's around thanks to that short frag that he picked up. This is crazy. There's not a lot of time. The bomb's so far away, Trav. The bomb's nowhere near, even. You know, you thought that it would maybe be in the pack. Oh,
Has he got
that
it?
might
No,
just be
surely
in.
not.
Oh, my goodness. That is so unlucky. Yeah, I didn't even clock. I was like, yeah, 10 seconds. Okay, fair enough. There's someone on the site. They've got to get the bomb down. But it's all the way on short. Nobody on the way in had picked it up. That's pretty massive that Cloud9 let that one falter.
Yeah, it's a mess, that round, don't get me wrong. You've got, Wicadia hiding in the smoke on low HP after getting his damage done. Boomich has gone back to the AWP on low HP to try and get a kill. He finds his kill, and there's more damage to be done. Heavy God's trying to entry. He's trying to do it all in one go, it feels like. And, yeah, they just misread the clock. We saw them actually misread the clock once earlier in the game against Heroic and look a bit dumbfounded. They were running up short on Dust 2 with, what, like 10 seconds to go. Not going to be there in time. And that one... yeah, bomb misses the plant by half a second. And in the following round, it's the AWPers going up against each other once again. Icy blinded up slightly, got his opening, and Woxic then refaced and connected to get his. He leaps off of stairs at an angle, so kind of least likely opportunity he'd get caught by a player bottom con if there was someone there. Cloud9 do have those mistakes in them still that we've seen in that previous round. Nothing's ironed out just yet. Zantares waiting behind the smoke. Top con. Heavy God will find another. He's just been a menace so far. He's finding kills all over the map, it feels like. And Zantares might feel like he needs to reface, and he will. Could be more. Oh, almost. Heavy God's hit another crispy headshot. Calyx needs to do some work. Does find inters, and with Heavy God now so low, Calyx might be able to deal with this one. They are hurling the bomb away. Heavy God's still waiting. Tries to catch him in transition, but doesn't. And now it's Axel in a clutch.
Going to get that plant, which is a relatively big deal in and of itself. But he goes down immediately.
Damn.
Nothing in it. Yeah, felt for a moment there might be something happening there. Unfortunately, not the case. And so, Eternal Fire are giving Cloud9 the runaround here. This is the Cloud9 pick. This is the Cloud9 favorite, quote, unquote. So, we expected big things out from them, really. We hadn't seen this map earlier on. Maybe it's a good job we didn't, because it is going sideways. This is not a good look for Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, sideways would be right. And their main gun round that's kind of come through in this game, it was basically down to Heavy God just entering twice toward A, right? So, it's not something you can necessarily rely on every single time. To see more of that Axel that we saw earlier today and what we've seen ever since Cloud9 moved on from the Electronic and Perfecto era. Axel looking much more comfortable in the roles now that those players have moved on. But a slow start to this one. Eternal Fire catching them off at every single opportunity, and Maja feels like he wants to stick with that secondary AWP. Why not? He's looked good with it so far, trying it again, and they want to take Axel down toward B. Not expecting Woxic as an AWPer to be there, and not expecting Maja to be on that AWP again.
No, it is true. Wicadia looking for the advanced position here will be bested. Icy rifling. All the rolls are off at the moment. But either way, he finds success. A clean one as well. Nice pickups, though. Trades coming out on the CT side of things. Very, very curious. No. Oh, goodness. That is a mess from Calyx. Holy hell. What is going on here, Trav? These rounds are just getting out of hand. How have Cloud9 let that slip?
They just felt like everything was safe and dandy toward A there in that 3 versus 3. They thought, okay, let's get the bomb down. Let's reset in after plant positions. Nope, you're not allowed to do that, my friends. Calix says, see you next round, son, and gets 3 from Palace. The last one with probably, what, 2 or 3 bullets left in the clip there towards stairs, I would say. That's beautiful from Calix. And with the fact that Xantares and Mercadia often do so much of the amazing work on this Eternal Fire roster, Calix often does go overlooked. And you can often pop up with rounds like that and look incredibly spicy. Heavy God will manage to get a 1-for-1 this time. And now Imagine knows that they're coming into a B, but Xantares has plucked out Icy out of the sky. He's looking for more. He'll finally get blindsided by Inters, and Axel, he's trying to push him down, picks up the AK. A flash to keep him at bay. Inters is convinced there could still be a player here actually behind that smoke, but he'll commit to the bomb plant while Axel keeps an eye on it. And a 2v3, Incendiary to possibly push Axel a little bit wider. He just wants to push him for more, doesn't he? But even though if all 3 players are here, he just doesn't want to go for it just yet. And finally, Woxic takes it. Now it's Axel. Oh, Magic was so low. You would have thought he would have got that one. But he just couldn't switch round in time. And Eternal Fire keep the streak going.
Yeah, looking very, very good here, Trav. Really scary team right now. And it is pretty incredible. I don't know what has kind of possessed them, but Cloud9 just completely missing. I do feel like it is more on the side of Eternal Fire at the moment, though. How effective they are looking.
Agree.
So, yeah,
Look
there's
at everyone,
a
look.
lot missing. Yeah, I mean,
kills.
exactly. The whole squad just super, super effective right now. Clean start once again. Cloud9 looking to get advanced here as they roll their way in towards middle, but unfortunately, is it going to result? We have seen them in these 5v4 situations before.
Yeah, Arcadia almost getting caught out on top of the railing there. Heavy God gets away with his kill on 5 HP. Last one of the half, of course, and a third for Cloud9 is non-negotiable. They have to find it to even get a glimmer of hope. 10-2 is just way too far. For those of you maybe who didn't see that heroic game earlier on, you know, Boomich looked incredibly good. And it's a shame that he's been nowhere on this map thus far. They're going to try an A play to finish off this half, and there we go. The flash is really good. I think Woxic shoots between the 2 of them there, which is pretty awkward. So much damage done, though. And Magic still has an HE. That could take definitely either one of Heavy God or Inters out of the round, but Inters is out already, and Axel just gives up his life to Wicadia. Sure, they're still got an advantage, but everyone is just mortally wounded, it feels like right now, other than Major and Icy. The Octadia will finally find Heavy God, and it's just Boomich and Icy to save this 2v2.
They'll do their damnedest. Major on this orb, a little bit far away from the action, just trying to lock in a few. Oh my goodness, Wicadia though going to finish it all by himself. The 10-2 comes round and Eternal Fire just cannot be stopped. We're going to take a break. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back in, folks. Cloud9, where have they gone? A great series earlier against Heroic, and now Eternal Fire giving them a real lesson. I mean, this has been a quick day for Eternal Fire thus far. They've already had a 13-2 against Bait. They're on for another one here, so yeah, this could be really quite embarrassing for Cloud9. It already is a little bit, but always recoverable. They've got the pistol. They have to take it. They've got Julie's up close. Maybe Axel can be the man to do it. Inters is jump spotting to try and fake things out. A slightly different lineup than the traditional. Wakadia, though, will take Axel. They know what is up. And they will indeed move their way in. I'd be curious on that smoke. It is a slightly different lineup, so maybe you have to check that in the demos afterwards. For now, Inters and Heavy God trying to hold things down, and Inters moving around the corners like a flash. He'll keep the frags coming in. He's lost a couple of teammates as well as his own life. Heavy God, he was out towards short that he found his kill just before that smoke went down, I think. Up close and personal, Icy finds success. We are still back on. Heavy God's got Calyx. It's all onto Zantares. This looked absolutely wonderful for Eternal Fire, and unfortunately it's fallen through their fingers, but it is still recoverable. Oh, if he hadn't run out of ammo, I think he had him. I think he had him with the spam. It's unfortunate, unless you are Cloud9, a big round.
Yeah, huge. I thought they recover that one is actually wild. I mean, Heavy God once again is proving that he's just the man, isn't he? Even when Cloud9 are really struggling in the game, 3 kills from him, saving Inters for a split second there toward the back of the site. Inters as well to find one in the end, considering he was pretty much overrun, especially Cloud9 felt they were completely overrun once Axel got mollied and naded out of that close position. I felt like Eternal Fire almost had a bit of a hard read against them and that setup. They had plenty of utility in that round, Eternal Fire, but couldn't secure it in the end. Important recovery. Here we got up to 15 and 11, and that is quite a lot of the percentage of his team's kills right now. So it's a real struggle, sadly. But at least something to work with here. Eternal Fire only going for the pistols, obviously. Going to wait one more round to go for the gun round with the AKs. So Cloud9 have given themselves some more time on Mirage, at least. But for how much longer, we shall see.
Heavy God. Trying to get the timing peak. Does have to watch himself as Antares slaps him. So that's 2 located, but of course they've lost the life of 1. That's an M4 as well, so this could get really quite dangerous. Axel head on a swivel. Success found. 4 on 4. Oh, Calyx. Can't quite get it against Icy, so looking good here for C9. Inters has that fail-safe, the contingency plan on B.
Yeah. Little boost up on the default box. Axel will spot 1, go for a full spray down, but walks it down to 4 HP, and now should be absolutely fine. Can just reload behind the site. They're not even jumping their way in toward Inters anyway either. This should be absolutely no worries at all. And there we go. So now it's where it gets interesting. Cloud9 are going to have to find a way to win this sort of mini bonus round. Interesting to see if Boomich gives the M4 to... Yes, he does, actually. He does give the M4 over. Drop it over to Heavy God. Buys the A4 instead for himself. And now Cloud9 need to find a way to win this gun round. Orplus up against the famed Eternal Fire AK-47s. And with how they've been looking so far in this game, Zantares, Wakadia, the dynamic duo on this Eternal Fire roster that just doesn't seem to ever give in. And they'll have a lot on their plate.
Wakadia chilling on the other side of the smoke here. Eternal Fire looking to flatten. Big damage onto Madja. But he's happy to take it. I think he's just that distractionary player at the moment. Towards window. Calyx almost finding a frag, but not quite. Enters on the off with the MP9 here. Again, I think they are ready. Zantares doesn't check the off, of course. Why would you? But it still works out. And their whole B site was hinged on that. So they've lost the site. Bomb goes down here. Axel does get a kill towards short, but it still looks really quite good. Axel keeps them coming, however. Arcadia. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. The flash a little weird into the 1v1. And he knows here that he's miles away.
10.
He doesn't have a kit available. It's moving harder, but Madja just can't quite pin him down.
No.
Oh, not the 10-second ult. Just get in there, man. Get in there. What are you doing? If he's holding, just get it. Like, if you're not killing him immediately. Oh, my goodness. That's annoyed me. No end, mate. Why are you just standing there spraying?
Oh, surely Madja should realise that he can just defuse behind the box, man. Why would he position his body and the defuse in the open? There's no way you're hitting him from there, Madja. Come on, mate. Oh, my word. What a round. What a round, though. That was incredibly fun. As soon as Wicadia got himself positioned when they were coming in through Market Door, I was like, okay, here we go, Wicadia. I'm expecting a 2k spray down. And he actually, the spray transfer was beautiful, and it just switched things around instantly. And Axel says, you know what, screw you, I'm 10-second holding this. We're 10-4 behind. Let's just, if you kill me, you kill me. It is what it is. But somehow he gets away with it. Can he believe it, my friend? Does that tilt them? Are Cloud9 back in this now?
Ooh, posing the big questions. I don't know about that. I think he's played it like that because in his head, he feels like he's already won. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's like, whatever, this clutch doesn't even matter. You know, I don't know. Like, not actively, but maybe a little bit subconsciously. He's just like, we'll still win. Even if I lose this, we'll still win the game. So, we'll see. We will see. Yeah, they're still finding great success. Inter's just absolutely mag dumping over there. Contact flash, eternal fire speciality. Down goes Axel. Does his best, but that's going to be the round, bro. So, you know,
yeah.
Who cares about the clutch? No one's going to be talking about it in 5 minutes when they've won the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this one's going to be done either way. Not going to make a huge conversation point as a massive Cloud9 comeback. At least not yet. I always feel like you have a chance when your opponent's on 11, not 12. Can afford one more mistake, but yeah, I just don't think it's going to happen for C9 in this one. Icy finally got his AWP out in this round, and it just collapses toward B, sadly, for the CT side. And poor old Boomich still on 1 kill, and that 1 kill was with when he picked up the AWP in that crazy round in the first half where they didn't get the bomb down in time, missed it by about half a second. So it's been a rough one, and as I said earlier, like I'm sure a lot of you guys in chat right now weren't here for Cloud9's win over Heroic earlier. Sure, maybe it paints a even worse picture on Heroic right now, but Boomich looked good in that game. And of course, this is a best of 3. It's only the first map in a best of 3. It's just the fact that we know Cloud9 done so well at this sort of level recently on Mirage. Lost to Pain the other day, though. Didn't look too great, and maybe it's catching slightly. Eternal Fire, who are, you know, obviously, as you rightly pointed out earlier, a bit of a tier 1 gatekeeper team. Keeping Cloud9 at bay right now. I mean, Vertigo being map 2, we'll get into more stats and figures about that later on once we get there, but right now it feels like it's ever harder for C9 as we go on in this series. Heavy God peeks from stairs, tries to go for more, gets taken down. Calyx, quick trade. There are 2 players near the balcony, on it or under it right now, and they should both be removed, to be honest, and there we go. Boomich only gets 1, and that Xantares communication comes over. Inter's an IC and a 2v2. The rotations come in fully, but Eternal Fire don't even need to commit to it yet, and they might not even do so.
Yeah, safely backing away here. I'm a big fan. No need. And with going towards the B-bomb site, it probably will force a save out from Cloud9, but it just shows Eternal Fire, as we spoke about, the level of coordination that these guys have. And, you know, I do genuinely feel like maybe Flanders may well be onto something in the sense of, like, these national teams. The level of comms. And look, don't get me wrong, I think Cloud9 will get there, because obviously they're also same language, right, rather than speaking a second. Although, maybe, you know, for Heavy God, it's like, it could be classed as, depends on which way you want to look at it. Either way, Eternal Fire are on that point where they've had so much time together, but it's also like, the same culture, the same sort of approach to the game, the same come up together in the same communities, right? So I think that they just have that higher plane of belief and communication and respect for players like Madja. And it really does make a difference. Again, in these types of games, in these online qualifiers and whatnot, where you do have a bit more space in the quieter environment that's not an arena to talk things over and, you know, to make a few riskier decisions.
Yes, sir. And Cloud9 now need 7 in a row to somehow take us to overtime. And I get the impression that's going to be unlikely. It's and it doesn't really reflect that well on them if you look at the rounds they've won. They kind of just won one round earlier on, straight up from a Heavy God 2K entry toward A on their T side. They've won one round with Axel sticking a 10-second defuse where Madja decides just basically not to push quite fast enough. Sure, maybe he considered it was a 5-second defuse. I'm still thinking about it, obviously. Maybe he considered it was a 5-second defuse, but still. So 2 of their rounds have come with something that's kind of not necessarily replicable, and definitely something that's not replicable, a 10-second smoke diffuse. So, yeah, this has been all Eternal Fire. And maybe Cloud9 getting a lesson in the level they need to be at on this map, perhaps, for the future, to really push this team to the next level. They're doing well qualifying through some of these events recently, but if they don't manage to win this series, they're going to have to get to Rio through the lower bracket. Thankfully for them, there are 2 slots available for Rio in this EU closed qualifier. Eternal Fire trying to close it out here and now. Arcadia going for the entry, gets met with an absolute barrage, and Boomich somehow gets 2 with the Deagle. How's he managed that then? Calyx and Arcadia down.
That is some insane levels of nade play. Axel's been hiding out here for a while as well, trying to mess with it. Oh, goodness, just watch out here, Cloud9. They are overswinging a little. Eternal Fire, as we have noted a couple times in this half, feel quite confident in themselves. You know, that bomb plant was a bit overzealous, wasn't it? They could have maybe cleared out, maybe gone for a few more fights. Taurus, who does this man think he is? Goodness me, just as I was talking about it, they will prove me right. An attempt was made, but nothing comes up for Eternal Fire. Cloud9, they buy themselves some time.
Who does Antares think he is? Only one of the best riflers ever to grace
It's true.
Counter-Strike.
If anyone's going to get that, it probably is that guy.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, I often think about it whenever I watch or cast Eternal Fire. It's like, my guy's been doing this since like 2016. Like, he hasn't really... He's evolved his game so much as well in terms of, you know, IQ, you could even say, since the Space Soldiers days, and he's still doing it now, even at 29. 29's not old, though, so all good. And he's been given the AK. Why not? He's brought up the AK, I should say. This round, just going for straight-up duels, trying to win it here and now, but unfortunately he's been removed by Heavy God. No helmet, meant that kills a lot easier, but Icy's in trouble here. Hang on. Moxic will rotate round and manage to plant the bomb, but Calyx has picked up that gun. Even though they've got no armor on both these 2 players, it could get scary here. Heavy God 17 HP, a boost up for Calyx. This could be so big. They're both here. They're both going to be so unready, you'd think, but Icy recovers as they swap guns. M4 and Woxic on 4 HP. Surely this is all in Icy's wheelhouse, but Woxic swings for it and just domes him with the picked up FAMAS. Absolute nutty plays from Eternal Fire, and they truly do own Cloud9 on their map pick.
Yeah, big star, man. That could have been a banger, though, while they were swapping as well. It just felt like a really, again, good play from Eternal Fire. They're playing like winners, playing like the game is theirs, and I mean, rightfully so with how far ahead they were, but a fantastic day from them overall. They haven't even dropped to double digits. What are we, 13-2, 13-7 is the only one I'm a bit unsure of, and then 13-6. So really, really, really one-sided affairs across the course of the day from Eternal Fire, and well, it looks set to continue here, Trav. Vertigo up next, my man. This is going to be a bit of a wild ride, but maybe Eternal Fire have had some time, have been playing it at the start of the month in the Cologne play-ins. It seems to be a map that they're trying to sneak into their map pool at the moment.
Yeah, and we're very curious to see how they do on it because, as you say, so many teams hate playing it right now. So many people in the scene hate playing it. So many casual players hate playing it just because of what they've done to Elevator. And there's barely a default A plant spot anymore. Like it's so weird, and we're gonna see that firsthand in about 10 minutes' time. See you then. The Eternal Fire we all know and love on map 1, and Cloud9 couldn't handle it, sadly. Not ready for the Xantares, Wicadia, Woxic show, and Woxic somehow winning that final round with 4 HP. Kind of said it all for Cloud9's map pick. Now we go on to Vertigo. This is a completely different playground. We've only seen a little bit of Eternal Fire on the map. We've only seen one map from Cloud9 on it. It's a bit of a dive into the unknown.
Yes, absolutely, sir. I think this will be a really weird kind of map. Eternal Fire, though, one of the things I think to maybe consider is the fact that, yes, they haven't played it so much recently in terms of the numbers, but then the maps that they have played were at the Cologne players. It's not like we're at that super far end of the breadth, as we were sort of saying in our earlier series, where it's like, okay, yeah, they've played it twice, but that was in May. You know, no, it's like they have played it recently. They have played it on the newer format. So maybe it was a map that they were working on going into Cologne, didn't quite have the officials, didn't quite have the expert, didn't quite work out. I think they're 1-1 at the moment, aren't they? If I'm remembering correctly on this map. So, you know, it ultimately is a map that I think they're trying to, for all intents and purposes, the way it looks from the outside looking in, it is a map that they're trying to sort of squeeze into the pool, as we've mentioned a number of times across the course of the day, and I think it will continue being the line until they remove this goddamn map, Trav. Vertigo is not very popular with the top end teams, so I think that is maybe part of the argument for Eternal Fire in terms of the Cologne, in terms of the pick here today. Everything looks good for them, though. If they have been doing the work, this should indeed be a 2-0.
Yeah, of course, we mentioned it's a bit of a jump into the unknown. For Eternal Fire, it's not really. Like, for Cloud9, it is a little bit, even though, we've got Axel and Inter, some of the famous Gambit roster that absolutely adored the older iterations of Vertigo. But Eternal Fire, they made Vertigo their own during their major run, of course. Yes, you know, Xantares and Wicadia, when they did that sort of back-to-back playoff run of Pro League and the major. Just absolutely 1-2 punch of Xantares and Wicadia toward Rampage. It was impossible to deal with for many teams. Nice little setup in mid, though, on the pistol for Cloud9 until the Heavy God goes a bit whiffy. Will get taken down by Madja, but retained advantage thanks to Inters and bomb in the open in mid.
Madja doubling up here. Oh, this could be big. They're giving them the fights. Xantares can't quite get the trade out, though. Needed to bring that 1v1 about quite quickly. Inters is low. As soon as Xantares goes in, yeah, Axel will have him. So really well played there between the two of them. Bit of a dynamic duo. We'll see again if they will be a site pairing. They were on Mirage. So I'm very curious as to that sort of Axel Inters matchup on the CT end of things in particular. But a good start for Cloud9.
Yeah, Inter's still playing, of course, all the difficult sites, as you'd expect. It's always tough, but he started the game well. And, you know, people who maybe won't have watched every single one of Cloud9's matches and look at Inter's rating on HLTV and they see a 0.93, they'll be like, ugh, why on earth haven't they kept Perfecto? Like, he'd be so much better. But, one, I just don't think Perfecto wants to really play for Cloud9 anymore, at least to, you know, my knowledge. Also, I do think that Inters has not really been doing that bad a job at all. He can be, it's always been the scapegoat, I feel like, in previous rosters. His previous time on Cloud9 especially. And I feel like he does just pop up with important kills. Talking of important kills, none of these kills in this round should have been that important for Cloud9. They should have been comfortable and confident. But they go a little bit too aggressive with the MP9 toward ramp, and then the boost up on the headshot angle gives Icy a shock. The double headshots coming through with the Glock, getting the kill from mid-range. That will force them back up ramp into Axar. You think there should be no issues here. Axar will play it safe. Gets one on the gap angle next to Crane, and will fall back to sandbags.
Axar able to find the Wicadia kill. Woxic has slipped in. Not fast enough, though. Down he will go. And Cloud9 coming away with the second pretty easily. But Eternal Fire, as we've come to expect from them, going for the early rifleage. Really lovely stuff here. A pause, not so lovely. And it does look technical in nature, unfortunately.
We hate a technical nature. Hopefully won't be too long. Woxic has yet to buy. You'd assume that it might be him. But yeah, a lot of history between these two teams. But this is their first matchup, of course. Cloud9 against the current Eternal Fire. But a lot of history on this map when it comes to its previous iterations. Inters and Axal made it their own back in the Gambit youngsters days. Transferring then into Gambit, and then, as you say, players in Cloud9. Eternal Fire owned the A ramp of this map, thanks to Wicadia and Xantares. But times change, and maps changed as well, so that's what makes it interesting. Feels like the A site has barely got a default plant spot anymore, and it's more Go B Simulator these days than it is Go A Simulator. But Wicadia, you'd always trust him doing this sort of thing on this map. He gets away with one and stays alive somehow, despite all the shrapnel and bullets firing its way through those smokes. So 4v4 early on.
Slow creep here for Eternal Fire. Looking for a boost. Not going to spot anything. Boomich. Totally timed on. Absolutely lovely. And Xantares will capitalize. And that's got to be it. They have to back off. But maybe not. Oh, into close on the spam, you know. Not quite close enough, unfortunately. Eternal Fire looking hot.
Yeah, almost. Intus has the opportunity there, of course, as I was literally just speaking about, to maybe deny a plant, maybe just get one cheeky kill from somewhere. That's the gaping chasm of that elevator position now. It allows for boosts on top of the sandbags on ramp, of course. I think first saw Mouse and XT do that in an official with Bermulov getting an AWP pick over the top of the yellow wall. And it allows for CT just to have more presence. Bomb does a lot of damage, but all four will remain alive for Eternal Fire. And the save will come through for Heavy God and Inters. It's also, as an AWPer, very hard map to get yourself involved in sometimes, especially on the T side. So I'm very curious to see how Icy will look in this game up against Woxic. Woxic has been an absolute stalwart on this map in many of its iterations for this team and previous. Icy decided to buy up dualies in this round. Now, pistol rounds, sure. Dualies in a gun round against AKs? No, sir. Please, my friend, buy a 5.7. What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know, man. What are the pros? They really like these dualies, bro. You know, and it's like 1 in 25 rounds that I watch the dualies appear in. They'll find like
gun
that 2
rounds,
or 3.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's just not the one. To be honest,
5.7's just so
even in
OP,
pistols
man.
though, bro. Even in pistols, I
Okay.
don't think they're that good. I think they are overrated. I said it. I think,
Wow.
like, I think, you know, they're a bit cheap is maybe the thing. You can still get, like, utility alongside them. Maybe that's it. But I don't know. I think a P250 would do better for a few teams. Axel with a double spray down here. Antares with a double spray down of his own. Brings Eternal Fire back round.
To be fair to Icy, he probably does the most he could possibly do. He gets one and hits a dink on Xantares. Like, I'll forgive him this time. Dooley's got the job done for his kills, and he can say to his team, well, I got mine. Inter's behind the smoke. This is going to fade in the next 10 seconds or so. And Calyx and Xantares are staying quite silent about this. Problem is, though, it's going to fade, and there we go. Inters will pop up. Xantares not ready, worrying about a flank more than Ellie. Now it's Calyx in a clutch. 1 versus 2. 9 seconds to go and pick up the boss. He's going to have to try and find the kill first, and it's just not going to happen. Not afforded enough time to go searching for a player while trying to go for a plant. And takes a little bit too long for Eternal Fire there. And Cloud9 will get an unlikely round.
Okay. Little cheeky for Cloud9. They've got to keep it rolling, keep this dream alive. Eternal Fire did look really good in their first outing with the guns, but just a slip up. And it does leave them worse for wear. Not going to fully spend in. Certainly could have done, to be honest. You know, could have put together a serviceable AKs over Galil type buy, but they opt not to do so. Hero AK here, because Wicadia can afford it, and the rest going down the middle.
Go for the swing off the back of that nade. He does. He only gets the one. He's taking space underneath B stairs, though, so it should be alright. As that flash goes over toward ramp. Swing for Axel. Moxic has managed to find that M4, but they're going to need to hit the one digs. Oh, never mind. The M4 actually gets one more on toward Icy, and it's another spooky round for Cloud9 that should have not be so expensive. Oh no. Oh no. Major has gone completely unchecked. Inters gets blindsided. Now Heavy got on this big flank. Calyx is already looking for this, holding the angle. And what was a complete eco has won the round. Cloud9, they'll be blushing right now. That is a poor round from them.
Yeah. That is rough to watch. That is rough to be on the end of. And I think it's probably very nice to dish out a round like that. So Eternal Fire, again, showing very early, very quickly where their sort of prowess is. They can make slips, but they will also be able to dish it out. Immediate tack pause comes around here from Cloud9. They have to sort of talk things over. That's the type of round, isn't it, where comms might go a bit messy and you might get a bit argumentative even. So you really do have to break it down and just stop it from happening, really.
Would you say that Eternal Fire, they will be... do you think their clean performance today, some of it can come down to the fact they're at LAN together right now? You know, all in the same place, all ready to play a match in a different tournament directly after this one. And that focuses them a little bit extra?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. I think there is a pretty big part of it that, again, a team that functions off of that coordination, off of that communication, they can really get into the zone. And they're warming in, right? They're playing Bet Boom. So these games really do matter to just sort of get them qualified, keep their confidence up, and keep them really, really warm for any game that they are playing. And a tournament like Bet Boom, with where it's, again, situated and the teams that are there, very winnable for Eternal Fire.
Facility spotted by Heavy God, and he's going to be forced back from the plywood and takes more attacks to the corner of that molly, already down to 56 off the back of that, and he's got to somehow waste time because there's no one else here to help him. He's on an island and he's been removed from that island. He's now, well, just waiting for the next round. Simple as that. If Cloud9 go for this, it would be a mistake, but they are still giving this one a little bit of a sniff. We'll see.
Suarez looking desperately for these frags. Not going to come, and it has actually swung where maybe it didn't need to, right? However, this safe play, there's no utility, there's no kit. Play the time, draw them in. Rough old spray down. The flank coming in now to try and finish it. And Inters with all the, again, breaking communication. He manages to get the key frags. I think there is just about enough time looking at the bars. And indeed, Boomich will just get it over. That is about as close as it comes, people. But he still finds it. Eternal Fire. Again, another slip up from them. Another messy end to a round.
Yeah, crazy. I just did not see a world in which Cloud9 had any chance in that one. I mean, as I said, I thought they should go and save, to be honest. And how wrong I was. Willing to admit it. And, yeah, it's absolutely wild. To be fair, you've got to give credit to Heavy God in the end, even though he doesn't really do much in that round, to be fair. Just wasting the clock for the rotations is really the main thing that helped out that round to become a reality for Cloud9. Sure, it's one that Eternal Fire should have never have lost, but you've got to give them props for finding a way. The fact they were all there, the fact they could peek off of each other, the fact there wasn't a double spray down coming in from that back quad position is, yeah, surprising. And Cloud9 will be delighted with that. Winning unlikely rounds to keep himself even with the unlikely rounds that Eternal Fire have won. It's a weird back and forth so far on Vertigo.
Utility raining in. Molly will reveal the location of at least one. But Eternal Fire not really looking to give the game away just yet. They do love this, though. The contact up, slow bits of space. That's a kneecap. That's a kneecap, my guy. That is a kneecap. He knows he's there. He's like, guys, I see a kneecap. Why is Axel not standing up? And there it is. It forced him out. Just an automatic kind of reaction. That speaks into maybe a bit of the discomfort for Cloud9, some of their players. If he's stood, I don't know if he is a bit too chunky. Can you hide behind that pillar? Only time going to tell. We'll have to figure that one out ourselves. Woxic, he's not messing around. No theory craft in here. Keep it simple. Click on them. Take them down. 5 versus 2 now.
Inters is still here behind that smoke. It seems like they are acutely aware of that possibility. Maybe not now, though. Santaros is kind of keeping an eye on it, and Inters now will show his hand, but he needs an immediate second, and that immediate second is just nowhere to be found. Mercadia's got him stuck in toward gap now. Heavy God needs to get one more kill. It's still full health, but Inters will finally drop, and now it's impossible for Heavy God, even with the defuse kit this time. So, not going to happen. Eternal Fire will fight their way back in, and I don't think either of us have ever been so focused on a kneecap in a cast before.
I know. It is, listen, man, it's so key. It's so key. Those kneecaps sticking out really is a dangerous, dangerous prospect. And you got to know where your knees are at, man. You got to know where your knees are at. But, I mean, how else would he call it? He probably wouldn't say the word kneecap, like the full... He'd probably just say knee. But he's like, I got him here, guys. I got him. I got him. His knee is sticking out. So, yeah. It's just one of those things, though, that you don't really expect players to kind of not necessarily overlook, but just neglect to think about. And it does just sort of speak to... Yeah, I don't think it's really an angle. It's one of those that people are going to try and force, right?
Yeah.
It might work in a rush, but especially at the high level, it's just not going to work for you. And Tara, so he's all about the angles, man. These are some really nice spots right now. Beautiful stuff. Drops that rifle. Oh. Okay. That's some team damage in the back of the head, but it's all good. Boomich remains alone.
And will be found by Calyx. Quick eco farm for Eternal Fire. Cloud9. Problem with that is that they don't really have enough money for a buy directly after it. We're in a weird situation where it's kind of double eco, but they didn't force fully on the first eco. So are they just going to bite the bullet and buy? They are. I hate it. I'll be honest with you, I hate it. It's a weird situation. You wouldn't usually save, then not buy. But in this situation, when you've got 2 or 3 players on like 3.4 grand or whatever, only 2 M4s, I think there's a world in which Cloud9 just take the pain and save again. Sure, if they just get outmaneuvered in this round, they can save with maybe 2 or 3, but at this point, Eternal Fire have enough money to maybe go hunting, so they're going to have to change something up here, go for fights in the open perhaps, with some unusual angles, and Axel will get his 1, at least, but still, there's Cloud9 by, they're going to have to be sharp on these rotations.
Sharp indeed, my good man. A lot of low HP members for Eternal Fire. Go south really fast here. They're looking to just spread out and catch a player, catch an aggression. It's not happening. Cloud9 are not moving. They know, I think, that every round they get. Oh, there it is. He goes digging. Is it needed? 40 seconds. What kind of a move are we making here, guys? You know, like, what is the need? For goodness sake, but they try and get away with it. Heavy God as well. His position going to be known. Hello? How in the hell has he found 2? He may well have just saved the round for his boys here. Icy's position known, but I mean, yeah, I was going to say Boomich there to trade immediately. Not even needed. That is mad. They knew all about Heavy God, in theory, but he knew all about them with the spam back.
It's crazy. He got taken down to 48 or 38 health or whatever behind the plywood, and you think, okay, he's done. He's about to get naded out. Unlucky, round over Cloud9, and he still finds 2. Don't ask me how he finds 2. That is sometimes just the Heavy God diff, which is why Cloud9 picked him up. It's a little bit fortunate, sure, but you just have these moments, Heavy God, so often. Boomich, W key with the MP9. He might be behind the play. It's watched. It's watched by Wicadia, and smartly so. They managed to get 1 through Calyx as well, with Inters dropping. So it's going to force Icy to go for a reface toward ramp alongside his teammate. Look at Heavy God again. He knows he has to go for these sort of things, and Eternal Fire will know that Cloud9 have to go for these sort of things in a 3 versus 5. Calyx is keeping a close eye on it. He might have missed the boat now, Heavy God. I'm not sure if he ever had the boat, to be fair. Missed it, and he never had a ticket. But Eternal Fire do need to be a bit wary, because everyone is still around this position for C9.
Looking very good here for Eternal Fire. They've just rolled through the motions. Whoa. Immediate trade out from Woxic. He's looking fab in these past few, since that AWP's come into play, really. The consistency factor is the big thing missing from Cloud9. A few individual hero moments bailing them out, it would seem. But the rounds just not coming in the way they want. Still keeping the game alive, though, right? Maybe we shouldn't be negative. It is kind of that bias of seeing Eternal Fire with the 1 in the win column already, and the fact that this is their map. You can get flung over. Icy turns away at the worst time. That is unfortunate. I don't know whether he wins the fight on 10 HP regardless, but all the same, beautiful, beautiful stuff from Eternal Fire in the mid-round particularly.
Yeah, Eternal Fire masters of A ramp on this map, even though it's not really the main focal point, it feels like, of Vertigo anymore. Maybe the top level. How difficult and different it is now. So many CT angles to worry about as a T side entrying. One of the days of W King, your way up through gap and taking the site without having to worry about elevator. But, looks like Cloud9 are going to be ready for a push here with all the pistols. Wicadia will get shocked. And Woxic goes down as well. Xantares has to deliver. But he's behind this Molotov and doesn't want to peek, but he takes too long. And Boomich flanks him from behind. It's a pure pistol stack from Cloud9. How many of these rounds are we going to be seeing in this game? Madja is miles away without the bomb. And Cloud9 have picked up all 4 AKs. LOL.
Bro, what is going on? Eternal Fire are winning the hard rounds, losing all the easy ones. What is happening? Like, what is going on, man? So crazy. It should be like, maybe, what would it be science-wise? 7-3? You know? Something like that. Maybe even a bit more. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But that is the game of Counter-Strike. Cloud9, again, maybe, yeah, the coordination's not quite there, but individuality. Mr. Boomich, of course. Who else? These are his kind of rounds, you know, where it's like balls to the wall, flying in. I remember when he was playing on 1win, I watched this one map of them on Vertigo, and I think it was another situation of like, oh yeah, they shouldn't really be winning. And Boomich just, like 6 months ago, Boomich just sent it down ramp every round, and he was getting like 2 and 3 Ks on the CT side. It was just insane. I think he had 19 kills after the first half. You know, something absolutely mental like that, and I was like, what is this guy doing? How is he getting away with it? You know. So he really does have a little bit of a style in him, a dog in him, you know. We all know that from back in the day. Everyone talks about on Go during the short-lived Navi era of him sending it in banana sort of every single round. And sometimes having some really great games over there, you know? Yeah. Santaris kicks off. Heavy God gonna drop. Again, they seem to be able to find it in these more challenging rounds. Sending Zentaris up. He's 35 HP. Why not make use of him in an information sense? Flash comes in. It is just that back 90 position. At least the info is gathered, I suppose, but they are going to have to make a move. Inters with the roll around here. Very, very curious as to where we go from here. Madja, contact, dealt with quickly, needs trading out. Wicadia trying to be that man, but easier said than done at the moment. There is still that sort of threat of back 90, as it were. Aid comes in, Inter's left low. Inter's left very low indeed. They have to sort of give it up. Wicadia trying to be cheeky in between 3 smokes over here. There's a flank that's come round while they've been cooking for so long. Wicadia, though, does get the drop in behind. 2 versus 2 now. Bomb plant is going to happen, surely. Inevitable at this point. Inter's holding at the back end. Oh my! Calyx on the fadeaway. And that's all they needed. The go button has been pressed. Molotov actually slows them down. But Heavy God, fortunately, unable in this round to really provide too much. His death early on, I think, has made all the difference. Axile thought they were maybe backing off. Not going to be the case. Big clutch up now for the big man himself.
Double for Axel. Still got a smoke and a kit. Wicadia and Calyx trying to play off of each other's contact. Now will show his hand. Calyx in the open, but he had no idea that Wicadia was going to reface from that position. And it's another even half between these two. We're going to see if Cloud9 can bring us to a third after the break.
So here we are. Dead central for both teams. 6-6. And it is, of course, 7 more from this point to get the victory. Will it be Eternal Fire? Vertigo, a sneaky pick. And thus far, not quite paying off in the way that they wanted. So, still trying to force the issue. They were big fans of this map previously. Acadia. That's why they buy the Julie's trap. That's why they buy the Julies. He's just got himself a 4K, 3 out of nowhere. And that is one of my 1 in 25 rounds that I was talking about, mate. Okay. Every now and then, it just melts out of nowhere. But these Julies, they can take away as well. That's not going to be the case here. Eternal Fire. They'll be happy. It's a big one. It is a big one to cash in on.
Ah, yummy from Arcadia. That was absolutely ridiculous. The fourth wasn't that special, but the first 3 were instant. And it's a good place gap for those dualies when you get rushed down 30 bullets. And Woxic gets the P2000 in play and taps down the last. Cloud9 forced to full eco for the guns in the 3rd round of the 2nd half.
Loaded up. He maybe could have got a few more out of there, but Acadia will keep on farming. Got the Julies back out. Oh my goodness. Okay, this might be the guy. This might be the Julies guy, Trav. This might be the Julies guy. Holy hell. That's like, what is that? 6 Julie kills in 2 rounds. That's crazy.
This is the Acadia we've come to expect on this Eternal Fire team. Up to 17 and 8. Had a good first half in general as well. 134 ADR. Pretty tasty. Now the guns can come out for Cloud9. Good utility across the board. Enough smokes to play and go for a play early round or late round. Right now it's just a feel out default. We got Axile toward the B stairs. And Cloud9 just waiting to try and glean some control toward ramp. Anti-utility is in play. Already one toward the corner of gap. That allows Acadia to spam the corner and put a few more bullets through the main portion of it. Inter's up the ladder. To the mid defaulter. Now that Cloud9 will take the bottom of ramp. The clock ticks down. Kind of old school Vertigo play. Wait out the round, take ramp, go for an execute. And they've got utility to do it, as I said. Wikadia's still behind the smoke, though. He could once again do some good work from this position. Goes for a swing then, but Icy's ready and is staring at it. Good first pick for C9.
Style, creeping forwards, dealt with. Trades come back round. It's Heavy God for 3. They were not expecting him at all. Thought maybe the smoke here towards gap would be enough. Magic. It feels like they know about him. Feels like they know about him. He will get 1 there. One plant a little isolated, but at least in a safe enough spot from Magic. So what is he going to do? Looks to be the save angle here, which, again, might just work. He's got money to drop. Zantares may well be worse for wear, but ultimately the rest of the squad should be able to put something together if they want, or they might go somewhere down the middle. So, because of that somewhere down the middle, I think he is, yeah, sticking around. We'll definitely back off now, but that's some good money made.
Yeah, I guess now he's got those 2 kills. He's like, okay, I might as well just stick around a little bit, maybe look for 1 more exit before jumping up away. And he'll make sure that he keeps it alive. Now he's got a smoke and a flash and a kit to save as well, of course, so worth it. Cloud9 get the all-important gun round in their favour. Once again, Heavy God being the man that delivers the kills. 3 of them. Fair play to Icy, though. He did really kick it off. And Acadia had a chance. That spot can often get you a multi-kill just creeping around that smoke. But Icy was very aware this time. Reminder that the winner of this game goes through to the upper final for a BO3 to play for a spot in Rio against the winner of Falcons or 3D Max. 3D Max demolished Falcons on map 1, but Falcons are 8-2 up on map 2.
keeping things interesting over on that side of the streams. This one's starting to heat up a little bit as well with the way that Cloud9 are performing. I think that it is maybe interesting to see whether people are going to write them off here. Bomb going down. It was that sort of A-sided stack out from Eternal Fire. They've all seen what Wicadia have done on the Julies, and they were hoping to get a piece of the action. Not going to be the case, and in fact might just be a bit boring here, folks, and not give the kills across, not give the bonuses across. In all honesty, a soft save, a soft exit coming through from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a semi-weird purchase. Have you got actually will get taken down here? There are still 2 more players in position, but actually maybe not, because there are more players to help out, so no worries. And then a swing by Inters gets 1 more. That was actually well done by Cloud9. Very simple to get them back to an even standpoint, but Eternal Fire player extra careful with their money to get Woxic on that AWP. I've got good util as well to boot, so this is where the game truly begins for both these 2 teams now. 8-all, business end. Cloud9 wanting to battle for a chance of that Anubis to take us all the way.
Early nades, looking good. What is there to sort of back off from this Cloud9 side, though? A little bit scary, a little bit worrisome. It continues being a good showing from Cloud9's T side. Boomich, right on cue, will find the keen headshot. It's not quite over just yet, though, Trav. They are incredibly soft here.
Yeah, 38-42, and there goes Axel thanks to the HE from Xantares. All utility being thrown in the meantime. So, they've pivoted. Back to mid. And all 4 are going to be here. Xantares, there's going to be a lot on his plate coming his way, but with 2 players low, there's a world they can do something with this. Are they going to plan a boost? They're definitely going to plan the utility, and it will force Xantares away. Now they know there's at least 1 in mid. A lurk smoke, which allows them to be pushed closer toward that shelf window position. Everyone will work his way up. 30 seconds left in this round now. Xantares is going to be in the left corner with a teammate to play off of. Surely it's going to be too much for C9, these positions. And it absolutely will be. Xantares gets his first, ducks underneath Boomich for a second, and Eternal Fire hit the front once again.
Okay. Again, we are bouncing around here, Trav. And again, both teams struggling for the consistency. It was a big, big case for Cloud9 in that first half. And now it's plaguing sort of both teams. We'll see which one is able to come out. Interesting to see Eternal Fire on this map, in this series, maybe making a few economic decisions that are a bit safer, right? I think if they had money like this, they might have gone somewhere down the middle, as we saw them do a couple of times on that T side. Cloud9, meanwhile, buying in, forcing in. And if they lose this, it's 11-8 probably. You know, really scary prospects for Cloud9. So a very important round. They bursted a lot of their utility early on. Not many flashes remaining in particular, so they are going to have to put this all to good use.
Gets his 1. Good response by Boomich. Woxic still here. Cloud9 know he's still here. He's just waiting to see if a second Eternal Fire member will come in and help out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. But Wicadia gets his 1, and Icy's missed his jump up. He's going to try and catch 1 before Woxic moves. Is Woxic ever going to hold this angle? Is he ever going to peek it? We're watching Icy right now, and there we go. Woxic was holding it. Icy tried to find the gap while Woxic was still there. It seems a little bit of a wild decision, but in the end, he is somewhat selling the fake there, Icy. He could have got a kill if Woxic wasn't looking at it. Thankfully for Eternal Fire, he was. But now this is so difficult for Inters and Axile. The old Gambit youngsters duo on the map where they made a name for themselves in this 2 versus 2. This is going to be so difficult to hold on to with no more afterplant utility. Axile is going to have to take point here. Eternal Fire have got 2 kits on Maja and Wicadia. They can afford to take their time a little bit, and in comes the flash. It's going to force Axel into the open. Now Inters is stuck quad, removed instantly. And Cloud9 get a plant to help out with their funds, but it's Eternal Fire to creep ever closer to the finish line.
Yeah, that is massive. That is absolutely massive. They'll get something into this round, Cloud9, but it really all does come down to one last rifle, it feels like. Really interesting here. As Cloud9, unfortunately, this is how it goes, right? A map that you might not have been working on super heavily. You just are going through the motions, a bit of autopilot in there. And yeah, the key round, that's where you need to pull out that super secret strat that might indeed be risky, but why not take the risks with the situation you're in? It's tough. It's very, very tough indeed here, Trav. So Cloud9, looking good. Eternal Fire on that precipice of the upper final.
Little boost, perhaps, on the generator to get a player up toward the plywood. Heads are being hit, though. Need to just shift a little bit to the left. Should be fine. And Madja could get caught out here. In comes the Tech9. In comes the Flash. But Calix does well. He's found two. And he's almost retreated all the way to generator. That is brilliant work from Calix. Fair play. It means that it's just Inters and Heavy God in this 2v3. Gun picked up. But, man, I tell a lie. Not yet. Inters can't get to those guns yet. He actually just goes straight for it with the Deagle and manages to dome one more. Inters' individual level has been insane on Vertigo, and it brings it to a winnable 2v2. There is a world.
Yeah, we'll see. All to play for. The walk down, the back off, the move up mid, and then maybe the world their oyster. Or at the very least, just this floor of this skyscraper. Wicadia holding and ready. Moving into them. Good sense of the timing, and he gets the double spray down. That's why they pay him the big bucks. That's why everybody's got their eyes on Wicadia. I tell you what, 20th kill, but this CT half from him, he's had some great impact.
Yeah, there's one person that Cloud9 didn't want to meet there, and it was Wicadia. Unfortunately, he just shifts his way forward at the right time. The instant trade never looked like it was going to be possible in that scenario. And they lined up as they did. And it was not. So the all-important tack timeout here for Cloud9. Down 8-11. Wanting to avoid dropping into that lower bracket. Of course, there is still a second spot available in that lower bracket. But it would mean they'd have to win 3 BO3s rather than just one more. Cloud9 would play the winner of OG and Fnatic. And Fnatic are currently a map and 4-0 up on OG in that lower bracket elimination game. So OG with Crizzen had a hot start, but not delivering too much in this qualifier. Eternal Fire looking to get into that qualifying match in the next round. Woxic set up toward Gap as Cloud9 once again show patience toward the bottom of A.
Oh. Wait, Molly failed. Molly failed. Woxic can't quite capitalize. It's unfortunate. Yeah, a bit of a weird situation for him to sort of realize that. Must have hit the roof and not spread. I don't know. It was definitely burning, wasn't it? But yeah, it didn't quite make the mark. Either way, no kills. Forced back. Axtile is left low by the whole situation. But both teams able to fight another day.
Oh. The boost for Xantares. Cloud9 will decide to just pivot all the way back toward B, though. So that Xantares boost will be cancelled, and he'll rotate over to help out Madja. And that's a great call. Cloud9 are going pretty speedy in toward this B-bomb site. All the utility will now be chucked in. They're going to use basically their entire belts. Look at that. They've only got 2 smokes left, and they're into the site. But Bubich will not be able to deal with his counterpart Madja, and Icy needs to trade. Only one. There are just so many men here for Eternal Fire. Cloud9 have been overwhelmed, and Xantares is dealing with it all. Axile, 18 HP, 1v4 total it would need to be, and it's just not going to happen. everyone is here, and Cloud9 are suffocated, and they might very well be about to pass out from this match.
Okay, this is it, man. This is it. You're going to have to find that extra level on a map that you do not like. So, yeah, very, very difficult situation for Cloud9. And again, for me, it comes back to that force buy, right? Take a moment, take an eco, take a timeout, go for your strongest kind of buy instead of rushing into things. It is very, very tough for this squad. They're going to move in fast. Quick trade out towards middle. And a pullback. So not committing there. But the 1-for-1 and an upgrade of weaponry is not a bad look.
Yeah, Zantares would have been a bit disappointed that wasn't a first bullet headshot. Just about getting away with his one. But just so rough for C9. Still a minute 20 to go. They didn't have much utility to begin with. But they only got a flash and a smoke left. I see Axile on the AKs now with Inters on the Galil. Heavy God on the Deagle. Calyx and Madja will choose to re-clear mid, and they'll know now. That's what Eternal Fire are great at in these situations. They just double check some map info. So they know they don't have to worry about it later on. And Calyx has done great work on B thus far in this series, and on this half has got more work to do. This time you could be blindsided though. The flash is superb. The one flash they had could set up Cloud9 for an all-important game-saving round.
Inters, hello?
What?
He's a bit asleep there. He's a bit asleep. There's some decent damage that's been done. This flank as well is really causing problems. Madja flattens them down. It's just going to be Axel to save the game, and he can't get it done. 4v3 turned 4v2 pretty quickly, to be honest. It could have even been 4v1 if Inters had found his frag, but he was asleep. He was asleep, man. That is kind of wild. Pretty tough way for Cloud9 to be losing it, but Eternal Fire, of course, credit to them. Fantastic game coming out. Really big in the crunch there, right at the tail end when it matters, when they needed indeed to come alive. All the sort of cliche phrases I'm sure you can dig into, but at the end of the day, they look fantastic to finish it off. And a great day from them overall. I would be very surprised, given this form, if they don't find a qualifying spot, to be honest with you. I think that is the closest map they've had so far today, and, you know, it comes up to 8 rounds. That's nothing. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's a shame for Cloud9. I mean, they did such a great work with that one flash to force Calyx away from the site, and then Inters is on a very good position. I very much like that after plant spot to watch the flank on top of the plywood, right, next to the B stairs. But you're absolutely right, just didn't react, just a bit asleep on that hold, and didn't see the player walking up the stairs in front of him. That is the round-ending kill and the game-ending kill, it turns out, because it activates Madja for even more. So yeah, worry a little bit for Cloud9. You'd expect them to lose to Eternal Fire. Don't get me wrong, they're not at Eternal Fire's level yet. I think it's fair to say that. But the way those two maps went, I hoped for a bit more of a banger of a series. And I think, you know, you did as well, because it's a tasty-looking matchup. First-time matchup between these two. And it feels like we've been robbed slightly of a really good game. But not really, because you've got to give props to Eternal Fire, because they're just on a different level. And as you say, one game away now from Rio.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Really, really impressive stuff from them. A great day overall, hopefully, indeed, for Eternal Fire and for their campaign at the moment of where they're at as a team since the major. Looking really good, getting all these qualification spots, but never quite digging to the deeper level that allows them to run in these tournaments, you know, and I think that has been a really big factor for Eternal Fire across the course of the year. So very curious to see now whether they can keep it going, hopefully qualify to Rio and maybe give us something really cool. But of course, on the top side, they will be facing off against either 3D Max or Falcons, which I believe is just, as we speak, gone over into the third map, 13-4 there. From Falcons on map number 2. I suppose just a little check-in. That's also on Vertigo, maybe a map that Falcons have been working on. Meanwhile, in the lower side of things, a bit slower those games, it would appear, but Fnatic have a map over OG at the moment, looking good, 7-0 on map 2, and then it is also Heroic with a map against Bait, but that game a bit more even into the second map. So do be sure to tune into those. Those will be your C and D streams. And then, of course, if you want to check in with Falcons against 3D Max, that'll be your B stream. So, yeah, go check in with all the other games. We've been quite quick here on the mainstream, Trav. Back again tomorrow. We might have a bit of a choice of which one to follow. Might check in with some different teams potentially. But either way, I really do look forward to that upper final, which will be later on in the day. That's going to be 6:30 tomorrow on the UK time. So that's 7:30 EU, of course. So yeah, be sure to check in with that. But that is going to do us for the day, Trav. That is all the Counter-Strike we've got to deliver. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching. Thank you very much for joining us. And be back here tomorrow, 3:30 Central European is when we get kicked off. Make sure you are here. Be there or be square, as they say. Thank you very much and good night.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.